Hi, this is stream number 138. I am working on setting up the platform for a multiplayer game. Here's the page that describes more about the game, but I'm not in game dev mode yet. I'm still setting up the system in which to host the game. So there are a lot of pieces to set up, and one of them is the email system for sending people tokens for if they forget their password and they want to reset their password, or if I need to do account verification, or if I have like a news about the game that people want to subscribe to. So I like to do things from scratch. That's something that's peculiar about my stream. So I'm not just going to pick up a library that I can use to send email. I'm going to make my own library. So I'm going to be trying to implement SMTP today, which is a simple mail transfer protocol. I'm not doing the whole protocol, I'm just doing the client side of it. So that involves connecting to a mail server, authenticating, and sending an email. So saying who we're sending it to and from, and any email headers and the body of the email, and then letting the server take it from there. So yesterday I worked on the authentication part, which took a lot longer than I thought that it would take. I thought I'd be able to do both the authentication part and the SMTP part in the same day, but the authentication part ended up taking about 6 hours. So that was yesterday. The authentication part is important because there are many different schemes. I just picked 3 of them: plain, login, and scram. And the scram was the most difficult because I had to deal with hash functions and other things. So today I hope will not be so complicated. The SMTP protocol is pretty basic. There are a lot of details that doesn't really matter for what we're doing because SMTP also covers mail relay, and we're just doing the client side. And so here's a typical SMTP scenario here. As you can see, the protocol is text line based, so it's all easily readable. And S is here for a line that comes from the server, and C is a line from the client. So in my case, the code I write has to be prepared to receive and handle the S lines, and then it will generate the C lines. So here, let me give you a interpretation of what this sequence means. So this is the first message from the server. It's basically announcing who it is, and a little greeting. The little code numbers in front are, like in HTTP and FTP and other protocols, they are meant to give a computer program a quick information on what kind of message it is. So, you know, like in HTTP, 404 is pretty widely known. That means that the resource requested was not found. So, and 200 means okay a lot of the time. So I believe it's the same in SMTP. Anything that starts with a 2 is an okay kind of message. And anything with a 5 is I think it's called a permanent server end failure. So in this case, this is where we're trying to send to a mailbox that doesn't exist. And I don't know what 300 means exactly. I think it's, I'm not even going to guess. But anyway, so the server greets us. The client says who they are. I think this is like an enhanced hello message. And then this is a more detailed greeting. I think that is enabled by this enhanced hello. Hey there, Clayman. And the enhanced greeting includes a list of supported extensions, I believe. And then this next line here from the client says it wants to transmit a mail. It says who it's coming from. And each time it's acknowledged, each one of these lines is acknowledged by the server, positively or negatively. So you say who it's from, who it goes to, and if one of the recipients doesn't exist, it'll say there's no such user. Fine. And then the data line tells the server that the rest of the lines up until a dot are the actual headers and body of the email. So the server says, okay, go ahead. And it actually reminds you, end with that if you please. And then the client sends the email, headers and body. When it's done, the server says, okay. And I believe at that point, it gets queued for delivery. And the client doesn't need to worry about it anymore. So the client could send another email or just quit, and the service is really nice and polite and says, okay, closing transmission channel. Hey there, user 335. Shout out to user 335. He is another game dev streamer here on Twitch. He's working on his own game. I believe it's in Unity, right? And it's a unique concept game where you summon demons and you don't control them. They just do their own thing, and you keep them fed and then happy, and they follow you around. So check his stream out sometime. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to be implementing the client-side protocol here, and I don't need to do the entire spec. Here's another example, I guess. Right, so the client says reset. It basically says, never mind. I don't want to send the email. Do they have any other examples here? This is a relayed mail. I'm looking to see. I think from the client end, it doesn't matter. It's basically the exact same thing. It only gets delivered a different way. Yeah, they're all the scenarios are basically similar. I'm just looking to see, is there anything I need to... Okay, there's a verify command. We might want that. A lot of this stuff is old too, because it used to be that the internet protocols didn't need as much security. So I would imagine a command like this, which basically from the client end tells the server to expose an email address, probably doesn't work anymore. The communication goes over TCP? Yes. I think they say so. Yeah. Sometimes, though, they don't keep it exclusive. They just say, like, such as TCP. There we go. Here they had that clause. While this document specifically discusses over TCP, other transports are possible, and they have an appendix to describe them. Yeah, these days, it's pretty typical that it be over TCP. So the code I'm going to write will leverage a cross-platform class that I wrote, which does TCP connections. It's called Network Connection, and its interface. Let's see what it looks like. It looks like this. So there's a connect where you say what IPv4 address and port number, and then you call process, and there are callbacks if you receive a message or if the connection breaks, and that's done asynchronously. And in the meantime, you can get the address and port number you're connected, see if you're still connected, get your address and port number, or send messages or close. So it's pretty basic and abstract, and I did this so that I don't have to worry about differences between Windows and Linux and Mac and all that stuff. So there are slight differences between platforms, and I don't want to have to worry about that at the application level. So I'm going to be using my system abstractions network connection today. All right, so starting a new project. I like to take an existing project and just duplicate it. That's what I'm going to do. Copy, paste. Didn't work. Let me try again. Copy. Oh no, it did work. It was just slow. So I'm going to call it SMTP. And one thing I forgot to do yesterday, when I copy a project with a git subdirectory, I need to blow it away. And be very careful with that command. Make sure you're in the correct directory, that you're not doing rm-rf/, that would be bad. All right. And let's go rename some stuff. So let's just rename this top one SMTP, which implements... Am I going to break it up between server and client again? I think so. The simple mail transport protocol SMT. Okay, we're gonna do the same thing. No, we're gonna say SMTP dash and then the RFC number 5321. All right. Is the email system going to be used in the game? It's going to be used on the server side of the game to verify accounts, and if you forget your password, you'll say, I forgot my password, and then it'll send you an email with a password reset token. So it'll only be used when the user specifically wants to receive an email. I might do a subscription based on opt-in, like emails like you might want to get if someone fixes your trouble ticket or something. But to start out, I really only need it for password reset. Okay, so let's rename this. I think we're just going to keep it simple. There's one class. It's SMTP client class implements the client side of SMTP, supporting a basic connection to an SMTP server and authentication, client authentication, and the sending of email. That's what we're here for, right? Sending email. And this is still good. Oh, interesting. That was wrong in the other place. Let me fix that. I was playing around with this name, so that should just be SASL. Okay. And then this one is just SMTP. But it has a client side. I think we just need... I think we just need one file for now. We'll keep it simple. Like that. Okay, what libraries do I think I need? Definitely base64, because SASL auth needs that. So, do I have a link to that, by the way? So the standards that are important here are SMTP itself, and there's service extension for authentication, which uses SASL, which is the simple authentication layer, simple authentication and security layer, which we did yesterday. And by the way, it wasn't so simple. It took me 6 hours. But anyway, enough ranting. So I'm going to have these two open. So SMTP itself doesn't need base64, I think, but this one does, because they talk about all of the authentication stuff that used to be encoded with base64, right? So I need base64. I probably don't need hash, though, but I do need SASL. And I need this, like I said before, for connecting to the network. Oh, by the way, I have set up a couple things here. I should have opened this up before the stream. And it's going to want me to do a password, so I'm going to do this off screen. Hold on a sec. Hold on, so sorry for the delay. Okay, there, I'm typing my password. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to use HMail server as a way to test mail. I had that set up. Oh, what are you doing? Don't open that. And you're hiding pretty well? Not anymore. Oh, hello. Hello, Nui. So I have this set up. So this is the server end. It's kind of a interesting little email server, and it's sufficient for my needs. So I just set up an example.com with 2 accounts, Alex and Bob, and I set up a Thunderbird profile just for us. And I tested it out. It connects to that mail server locally, and I tested having Alex send an email to Bob. So now my goal is to have my new mailman program send a message to either Alex or Bob, and it should show up here if it's all working, right? And I'm going to call this test program Newman, because I was looking around for names of mailman type programs, and Newman is the name of a character from Seinfeld who was an employee of the U.S. Postal Service and also the arch nemesis of, I think it was Seinfeld, or it could have been one of the other characters, I can't remember. Anyway, Newman is going to be my little test program that's going to use my SMTP library to send an email, and I'm just going to keep it simple. All the things that are connection specific, I'm going to stash as custom headers that we remove upon sending, because that would be bad if we kept our password in the mail, wouldn't it? So yeah, that's what we're going to make Newman, and we're going to make an SMTP library. Newman! Oh yeah, Jerry. The nemesis of Jerry. There we go. How's it going, Rally Monkey? So that's set up to go. Let's rename this stuff. Okay, I'm just going to call this one client tests. This is using test-driven development, so the SASL stuff I did yesterday had test framework. I'm going to kind of copy and paste that. And same thing here, client. We don't need these other two files. And that moves up one level. Delete that. And this gets renamed to SMTP. Client. Yes. Deleted. And deleted. Okay. Test-driven development, yeah. It's kind of controversial. I've run across people who really hate it. They think it's crazy to do it. I have been trying to do it because I have a friend who is sort of my mentor in test-driven development, and he speaks very highly of it. And for small things, it's actually pretty helpful. For larger components and systems, it's pretty challenging to do it right without ending up writing a ton of test code, taking a lot longer to do your work. But I still think in the long run, you get a benefit of having your code documented. So each of these test cases, let's use the SASL for example, right? So the Scram tests. Actually, login plain tests would be easier to understand, right? So these are the unit tests for this plain authentication system. So each one describes a use case. So one use case is that you, in the authentication exchange, that you provide the credentials in the initial response, right? So we make the object we're testing, which is the mechanism, the plain mechanism. We set the credentials. The password, of course, is hunter2. And we ask the mechanism get the initial response, and we expect it to be that. And then another use case is where instead of getting an initial response, you ask this you ask the server to provide a line of the server goes first basically, and when the client goes after the server, it provides the same information. Then here's an alternate use case where in addition to a username for authentication, there's also an authorization identity, which is something you can put there, and you expect it to come out there. So same kind of deal. For any kind of component, it's each of these tests documents a use case and sets the expectations and actually checks to see if the code does what it is supposed to do. So that video I linked is about half an hour long, and it shows how I set this stuff up in VS Code with the extensions that I like. Okay, this is unit tests for the let's just do a global rename here. SMTP client class. All right, let's just reduce that to that. And then what's one, let's just start thinking about what's one use case we might want to have. How about connect? How about the initial connection? Connect to server. So client, we might want to say client.connect and localhost and a port number. So actually, for the test, I need to actually have a server that we can have it connect to. So I'll set that up in a minute. So, but let's pretend for now that we know some kind of server port number. We should be able to connect to it, and we probably want it to be asynchronous, right? So let's pass in a delegate to be called when the connection succeeds or fails. So let's make up a delegate, const auto connect delegate. And let's just keep it simple. We'll have connection success. We'll initialize it. We'll capture that in a Lambda function. And then that'll be the parameter to it, and it'll basically just set it. So connection success equals success. And then, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn this into a future promise thing. So that is include future, and then this becomes standard promise bool. And then we'll go auto connection. So one thing I always struggle with his names. So what should I call the promise? Connection completed? And then connection did complete? Is connection completed dot get future? And then what we can do is pass that into the delegate, and we can just oh no, the completed, and the completed can call set value. So now we can wait for it. So we can pass the connect. Let's call it connected delegate, or connection completed. Connection complete delegate. Yeah, let's call it that. And then what we can do is we can just wait for it. So connection did complete dot wait. We'll probably want to put a timeout on it though. So no more than a second, I guess. Let's do it in milliseconds. If I remember this right, wait for tells us the status. So we can do assert equal standard future status ready, right? For waiting, and then we basically can get the result back out here. So const auto success equals connection did complete dot get, and then we can just say expect true for success. And that's all we're going to test, right? Okay, so I did the test first without anything defined, so SMTP doesn't exist, so client doesn't exist, and once we define that, we'll have to define connect and all that. So do I have a deadline for start testing the game? Yeah, it's April 1st. I should make a command for this. That my target right now is to have the game platform ready for developing a real game starting April 1st. So you'll be able to log in, and hopefully there won't be anything at first, but hopefully you'll see the game get created around you. That's the goal, but we'll see. Coming up quick, right? We'll see what I can do. I might have to cut some corners, which is probably okay because at first there's going to be no game, so I can cut some corners, right? Yeah, April Fool's Day. Maybe not the best day to target. Okay. So let's get this client thing ready. Does anyone have any questions about how promises work? It's something that's in not just C++, but other languages. So basically, the promise is a sender, and its companion called the future is the receiver. And it's something that you can use to synchronize processes that are asynchronous, so like they go in parallel. So for example, this connect is going to start a process in the background that when it's done, it will let the main thread know by using the promise, by basically setting the value of the promise. And in our main thread, we're waiting for that with this, the wait and the future end, we wait for it, and then we can call get to actually synchronize, and that'll actually block if it's not yet ready, but I already did an assert that it's ready, and with a wait. So anyway, this will wait if it's not complete yet, but then it'll get the result. And so it accomplishes two things. It allows us to synchronize, so that is the signaling, and that's the receiver. And it also lets us pass data. In this case, it's the success flag. It gets tunneled through. And I've decoupled that from the actual SMTP client. By the SMTP client is just given a function to call when it's done, and our function takes care of setting the promise. Line 17 and 18. This is a function object, which is a lambda, which you can tell by this kind of syntax. What's inside the brackets is what the lambda captures, so it's basically the state. So we're capturing the a reference to the connection completed promise, and then line 18 is the parameter for the function, which is a Boolean, and the body of the function is this. It takes the promise and takes this promise that was captured, so it's like a member variable or state, and it's taking this parameter and then setting that as the completion for the promise. And so this delegate gets called somewhere in the SMTP client. So our code doesn't care when it's called. It just cares that it does get called within a second. And it expects that when it's called, the parameter will be true. So, okay, so I'm not really done yet. I need to have, I'm going to set up a fixture for this. That's with the F. And I'm going to have the fixture make a server for us. And I've done that before, so I'm going to do it again by searching for it. Network endpoint is the class that I made to represent a server-like thing. Yeah, so I did it in this server transport test. So let's do the same thing. I'll just copy that code. So network endpoint. So we make an endpoint. Actually, this isn't a test, is it? I kind of want to pull from another test. This one. Yeah, so including the copy. And also I want the fixture code. So let's just pull the whole thing. And a fixture is a common class that all the tests that use the fixture share. And it allows us to define setup and teardown functions, like this probably does, called setup and teardown. There we go. So these are functions that are called at the start and end of every test. So it's a convenient place to put common setup and helper logic. The unit under test, oh, yeah, why not? Let's put that into the fixture too. Is this SMTP client? So yeah, anything we declare here is now available to every test. So since every test is going to have the thing it tests, we'll just might as well put it there. And the name of the fixture has to match this. And have I been putting these into an anonymous namespace recently? I don't remember. Let me look. I think so. I need to look at something with the fixture. No, I guess not. Okay, I won't worry about anonymous namespace then. All right, so here's this real network server. Use a test that the unit test can actually connect to the real server. And then we don't need this stuff. Okay, the way the network endpoint works is you set up a delegate to be called when something connects to it. And there's also a delegate that is throwaway. This is if it's doing UDP protocol instead of TCP. But anyway, we tell the server to open. This is localhost 127.0.0.1. That's the localhost IPv4. And then one of these two parameters is the port number. And if you say 0, it just binds a random port number. And so we give it the two delegates, new connection. So if it's a new TCP connection comes in, and packet receive is only if we're UDP. So it doesn't matter. You guys do mode connection, which is my little enum that says connection oriented socket. So it's going to be TCP. All right. And then I think I set these up for convenience. I don't need them though, right? Yeah, I think I don't need these. I don't think I need those. And then the other end is just going to close that endpoint. And then when we get a new connection, what it's doing, okay, I guess I need a mutex to make it thread safe. Where'd I copy that from? Here? Yeah, I think so. So, where's my mutex? Here it is. Synchronize access to the object. That goes there. And then it looks like I had a client's collection of some kind. Right, a vector of clients. And what is client actually? It's a structure that holds on to stuff. Okay, fine. We'll grab that and paste it here. I did put that into anonymous namespace, didn't I? Okay. When you see that, it means we are preventing this name from polluting the global namespace by putting into an anonymous namespace. It's still, you can access it as if it was global, but it's only defined within the scope of this file, which is kind of nice. So I can use client here, and it doesn't make a global namespace client. It's in the anonymous namespace. Okay, we need vector. There's shared pointers going around, so I want to have memory. And uint8, it's polite to include standard int for that. What else? I think that's it. Okay, need data received. What's wrong with this line? Wait condition is undefined. It's like off by a line, but yeah, I had a wait condition. Used to wake up threads when I'm actually waiting for some state in the fixture to be changed. Do I actually need that? I think I do. Let's put it in. Okay, so what this does, when the SMTP client that we're testing makes a connection to our fake server, it's going to start talking to it, and if it successfully starts talking, then it makes a structure representing that connection. It pushes it into its own list, its own vector, so that we can see it. And actually, that's a good thing we should assert. So if down here, when it does connect, after a successful connect, we should expect, really assert equal that there's one connection. So client's size is 1, right? Very environmentally responsible of me. Trying to remember C++ basics. Oh, the capture, yeah. The capture. You can think of this lambda expression as really syntactic sugar for making an instance of an anonymous class. And everything inside the capture is basically member variables of the class. And the rest of it is like as if you made an operator parentheses for the class so that you can call the instance as if it was a function. And, you know, parameters for that function and body. So I think literally that's what the compiler does whenever you make a lambda expression. It makes an anonymous class with one function in it, and then stores the capture list into member variables. And then what it returns is a function object, but that function object is holding on to that state as well as the code. So it's quite literally an anonymous class instance. All right. So this is going to talk to our client by whenever it receives data, it's just going to stash it in this data received, which is here. So we can look to see what the client, the SMTP client, actually sends, and then we can wait for it to send things by waiting on this condition variable. Okay, I think that'll be good. How come this is... Oh, expected a semicolon. Exactly, you're expecting a semicolon. Okay, so I need to have SMTP client defined, I think, next. We'll do that here. This needs to be all renamed, right? Client. So let's rename this SMTP client. This implements the... Actually, I'm going to pull from the README file. Client portion of the simple mail transfer protocol. And only one namespace is needed. Okay. And we don't inherit any public interface. Okay, all this changes to client. And then there's no implementation of an interface. And then let's make the boilerplate implementation side. So again, SMTP for SASL. Only one namespace. And what you see here is called the pointer to implementation pattern, otherwise known as pimple. So what it allows me to do is this becomes the public side of the class, and any private stuff I stash within a structure that from the public end you don't know the contents of it. So it's what's called an opaque type, opaque structure. You can't see into it, but you can still use the class because as long as the opaque object is handled by indirect reference, which you can do with a pointer, like a normal pointer in C, or you can use a unique pointer or a shared pointer. As long as you do that, then you can, the class is well, the definition of the declaration of the class, the interface of the class is well formed. To actually define the bodies of these functions in the class, though, you need to actually provide the real definition of that opaque structure in your implementation, which I do like this. So if you don't do that, then it'll say, well, you can't compile any of these functions because the type is incomplete. So I don't think we need anything yet. So we'll just keep it simple. So since it's handling this implementation structure indirectly by reference, when you're a constructor, you have to make one. And then since I'm using unique pointer, I don't need to delete the impl, like I don't have to have a balance for this new, because unique pointer implicitly calls delete for you when the object goes out of scope, which is really handy. Okay, so that'll get that to compile. And now, so that's well formed. The only problem is this connect doesn't exist yet. So we need to add that. So connect will be another function, and it's not going to return anything because I want it to be asynchronous. So it's going to take three things, right? Standard string, host name, I guess, and then technically the port numbers are always 16-bit unsigned integers, right? But I don't remember. What did I use in my network connection? I'm going to use the same type so I don't have to worry about type conversion. So in the connect here, what did I use? I did use uint16t. Okay. Fine. Port number. Should that be two words? Host name, port number? I think so. And then let's define the type for the connection delegate. Connection completed delegate. So delegate is just a fancy word for a callback function. I like fancy words. So it's basically a function that this function will call back when it's done with its task, and you use that whenever you make something asynchronous, which is the case here. So connect is going to return right away even when it's not done yet, and when it really is done, it will call this function that you provided from some other thread. So we'll have to say that in the documentation here. And let's define that type. All right. So I like to do the new style, which is using that equals, and then you define what it is. So it's going to be a function of some kind. And it doesn't return anything, so void. Okay, function, it doesn't know what function is. Oh no, it should know what function is. Yeah, it just took it a while. Takes IntelliSense a little bit to catch up. So there's only one argument, right? Bool success. I could probably just fit that all in one line, right? No, let's keep it like that. Actually, I'm just going to totally break it out so it's obvious where everything is. Didn't really I used type def, which is the old way of doing it. But one of my viewers suggested using, and I like that syntax a lot better. Yep. Okay, so define the type of delegate used by connect to call the user of the class back when the connection operation is completed, whether or not it was successful. Another thing to realize, when something is asynchronous, like this connect, that could actually be called before connect returns. So you can't make any assumption like it'll get called after connect returns, or like when it will be called. It could be called at any point after we go into this function, right? And it actually might never be called, which is why it's a good idea to have a timeout. So if it doesn't ever get called. All right, so I'm going to document here what the parameter is. This indicates whether or not the connection to the SMTP server was successfully made. Okay. Let's document this now. Initiate a connection to an SMTP server. SMTP? SMTP? Server. How about we'll say asynchronously? So now the word asynchronous is prominent. This is the name of the SMTP server's host. Port number. Am I going to keep it simple and just always assume we're doing TLS? I think so. I think we'll just assume it for now. This is the TCP port number of the SMTP server. And then this. This is the delegate to call back when the connection process is completed. Okay. So now this should compile. Come on, you can do it. Oh, did I forget? I forgot a semicolon. A server port, we don't have that yet. That's right. To get the server port, it was this test that did it, right? So one of these tests will do it. Let's see. It's server get bound port, that's what it is. Let's do that in the setup here. So server port equals server get bound port, and then I can just make that a member variable here. Okay. This is the... Hey there, it's not RSX. How's it going? This is the TCP port number selected by the test server. All right, I should probably have an... Oh, I have an assert here to make sure that the test server does get set up. Did I misspell it? Is it just taking it a while to catch up? I think it's just taking a while for IntelliSense to catch up. Yeah, okay, now it's caught up. So it'll compile, but it won't link because it did not provide a definition for this connect function. So let's go ahead and do that. Am I writing a server? I'm writing a client. Client only today. So yesterday I did the authentication client side. So today I'm doing the actual transfer protocol client side. And we're going to make a little program called Newman that can send an email. It's going to be fun. Newman's a reference to Seinfeld, if you don't know. Jerry's arch nemesis, who was a U.S. postal worker. All right, I forgot a colon. Okay, that's actually all we need to get it to compile. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not. It's not actually going to build anything. Oh, what happened there? Oh, wait a minute. What did I do? Did I screw up something in SASL? That's funny. Maybe I need to rerun this. Weird. Oops. Why is it complaining about that? I think I might have gotten it confused about what we're building. Oh, this should be SASL test, by the way. Huh. It might. I think it's getting confused about because I renamed the directory. So let me clean that. Hold on a second. Okay. Build. Let's just blow away SASL. Goodbye. And then we'll just tell it to build again. That's really weird. Because it should know about hash. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. It doesn't. How did that ever work before then? Was that just lucky? Why can't it... Oh, because this is misspelled. That's why. That's why. I renamed it in one place but not the other. Okay, let me check that in to get that out of the way. Actually, before I do that, let me make sure the unit tests still run. Or actually, while it's loading that, let me well, thanks for the follow, Dan83H. Yeah, I had some names that were wrong, and I like casually changed them in one place and didn't change it in the other place, which is right here. Okay, so I renamed SASL client to SASL. Okay, we're done with that. Push that upstream. By the way, this stuff that I'm doing, since it's reusable components, it's all public on my GitHub. It's MIT licensed open source, so you're welcome to. Anything that I do as far as these reusable components is concerned. Okay, so one thing I forgot, let's just run this first. One thing I forgot to pull in the SMTP is I didn't pull it into the main build system, so at the top level CMake, I have to have an add subdirectory. And I just need to add SMTP. Make sure this runs now. Okay, it doesn't, because I have a misspelling somewhere. Oops. Oh, something in SMTP test is wrong. That's okay. Yes. I forgot to rename that. So, SMTP tests. And then this is just client tests. Cool. We good now. Are you going to add support for TLS? I already have support for TLS. It is in two pieces. So I didn't write my own TLS because I don't know enough about cryptography. So I'm using LibreSSL, which is a BSD fork of OpenSSL. And on top of that, I wrote a wrapper that I call the TLS decorator. And that TLS decorator, it uses a decorator pattern. So it implements this abstract network connection interface, which is the same interface that I have implemented for the socket layer. It's like an abstraction for sockets. So I can just put this in between SMTP and the actual network connection, and it'll do TLS for me. So it should be nice. But I think I'm going to test right now without TLS to begin with. Where was the compiler error? How come that didn't find it? Oh, probably because I didn't include SMTP as a dependency. Yeah, look at that. SMTP, please. And we don't need that. Dependencies in CMake are kind of nice once you figure things out because you just list the names of the other projects you depend on, and it pulls in the include directories and the lower level dependencies for you. Okay. Oh, I have a stale include I don't need. There we go. Okay, so we have SMTP tests here somewhere. Refresh maybe? SMTP tests, alright, so run the test to make sure it fails. It fails because it's kind of written poorly, but it's saying that the promise or future we're waiting on never got ready, which means that we never got a connection. Which makes sense because I didn't implement any of this. This connect doesn't actually do anything. So that's what I need. So now the test is complete, I think, I'm going to write the actual code to make the test pass. So connect. We're going to need a connection object, right? System abstractions network connection. So we'll make one of these. Shared pointer. Actually, does it need to be shared? I think so. Well, hold on. I guess not. Not yet. I can make it unique for now. So unique pointer. I don't like to use raw pointers in C++ anymore because I always forget to delete it at the right times. It's just a mess. So unique pointer and shared pointer are nice in that they destroy the object at the correct time every time. As long as you don't abuse them. Okay, so this is system abstractions network. I use the abstract or the concrete. I can use, hold on, let me think about this. There's a complicated thing in that unique pointer by default just calls delete, which I don't want it to do. I want to have a deleter. I can still have a deleter. I just need to do it this way. Hold on. Yeah. I can do, that is the thing it points to, and then the deleter is a function which takes one of these as an argument. And that is, we're going to call this server connection. Had that be different to something like C# then? It's closer to C#. The unique pointer and shared pointer are like references in C#. That's nice to have STLG garbage collection support. It's not true garbage collection, it's really just reference counting. So it's more like the, what is it in Objective-C? I can't remember, but it's not that it's put onto a garbage list and collected later. It's like immediately, as soon as the last reference is released, it's immediately destroyed. So yeah, there's a subtle difference. Garbage collection, when the last reference is released, you don't destroy the object immediately. You put it onto some list, or you enable the garbage collector when it runs later to go destroy it. So subtle difference there. Okay, so there's the connection, and this will say reset to be. Does reset take the deleter? Let's just look it up. Yeah, looks like the last thing I looked up was system clock. So I want a unique pointer. I like this site. This is my favorite site for C and C++. So I want to use reset, I think. Actually, does assign take? Oh, wait, maybe we can use assign. Wait a minute. How do I set the deleter? Hold on. Constructor takes a deleter, right? Yeah, deleter. Okay, so I can do assignment with the constructor. So I can kind of cheat here and say decal type server connection, and then do the arguments to the constructor, which is new system abstractions, an actual concrete class, and the deleter is something that I'll delete on. I don't want it to call delete on that class. I want to call delete on this class. P delete P. Make sure I got that right. And this is in impl, which means I need to have it in both places. See if I got that right. Okay. So that will create, this is an ugly way to do it, but I prefer to do this way. The other alternative would be to use a shared pointer here, but I'm not really sharing it, so it doesn't feel right using shared pointer. Okay. So then we want to tell this to connect, right? Oh, but this is a blocking call, so I need to have a thread. So we'll have a thread. Call it connection thread. How am I going to do this? Using C and doing kernel hacking has corrupted you? Tend to avoid shared pointers or pre-existing reference counting base. Well, kernel hacking is sort of a very focused domain, right? So there's a lot of extra rules there. Thanks for the follow sender name. So I'm kind of loosely writing this without, in terms of like, it's more generic programming, and it's not a specific domain like kernel hacking. So I don't have as many restrictions. So I try to write it more naturally, although using this unique pointers kind of makes weird constructs required. But anyway, yeah, to make this truly asynchronous, I can start a thread, but I'm trying to remember what's the best way to join the thread later. Actually, I guess instead of a thread, what I really want is an asynchronous a task, right? Where was that? Async? I think that's what I want, right? Okay, then the way I define the callback, the delegate, I don't really need that any. If I just make it return a future, that simplifies it a lot, actually. Okay, let me do that. So go back to the test and change this design a bit. So instead of us making the promise directly, it's const auto. Actually, it's just auto because we're gonna mutate it, right? It's just going to be that, but, oh, hold on, it's this. And then I don't need this stuff, right? I think it actually makes it a lot simpler. Yeah. We'll just say that the connect actually returns a future. Yeah, let's just do it that way. Okay. That's a lot simpler. I'm used to doing callback functions, but I need to get more used to using promise and future. So it's just a lot easier if we do it this way. Then there's no delegate needed. So there's no delegate here. Which means that fits on one line again, which is nice. And it's actually more readable. Okay. I like it. So return. A future is returned that is set when so the behavior is pretty close, so I was able to reuse a lot of the documentation. I just changed the semantics, so to speak. Okay, so future needs future. Don't need functional anymore, do I? And I don't need this callback. That's actually a lot cleaner. I like that. Okay. Future, no delegate. So I can simply call async on this. I don't need this thread. So return. I just make one, right? No, I just call standard async. And the first argument is the function, right? So let me think about this. I think because it's asynchronous, its lifetime could be, it might not be the same as the client. So I think I'm gonna solve two problems with one thing. This clumsiness with the unique pointer goes away if I use shared pointer, and I really will be sharing it, right? Oh, hold on. No, I'm going to keep that. Actually, why am I even doing it this way? Why don't I just do... Oh, I know why I'm doing it. Because I wanted to have an abstract interface because I'm going to be adding the TLS later to it. Okay, that's why. But this impl thing, I think I want to share it. Because I want to pass it to this async. So it'll be impl is shared. Oh, I can't do that. I don't want it to hold on a strong reference, do I? I want it to hold a weak reference. Or actually, it could be a strong reference. I want to avoid circular references, so something like that. And then this is just a copy of the shared pointer to the implementation, and then I can call it through there. Connect. I need host name, port number, right? Or wait a minute. Yes, I need that. Host name, port number. Let's break that up. And then that is now a member function here, which doesn't return anything, but it has the same kinds of arguments as the outer. So this becomes the synchronous version of it. Synchronously. And then the return value has to be... Does async want me to return the result? Let's see. Let me look at the examples. It's easier to read the examples. Oh, I forgot that argument there. Why do they have it recursive like that? Why don't they have a simple example? Okay, it has to return the same type as the... Okay, so if it's a bool, this has to return bool. So I have to do return. So it's return the... I already deleted it. Let me get it back for a second. Undo a bit. There, I want this here. An indication of whether or not the connection to this SMTP server was successfully made is returned. And then I can go back here and I can redo. There we go. And this, instead of returning a future, it's synchronous, so it's bool directly. And then I can just do that. Actually, I can move this into here, right? And I can just do that. Yeah. Hey there, Merdium. How's it going? Okay, so yeah, I'm making asynchronous connect, which uses async and then calls a synchronous version, which is in the implementation. So I can test this real quick by doing it that way, and then the async will make the future for me that this status that sets. So let me see if I got it right. Build and see if it runs without crashing. It'll still fail, but it'll tell me that I did it right. Okay, cool. So I could return true, and it'll get a little bit further and fail the other part of the test still, right? Yeah. Okay, so now I don't have to worry about the asynchronous stuff. This is synchronous now, so I can do this. Server connection, connect. I need the address. Host address, port number. You have a question, what's the best Python IDE for new learners? Well, idle is the one a lot of people recommend. I actually kind of like VS Code. It's pretty good for Python. Or Visual Studio itself has nice Python stuff in it now. I would say, I would hazard a guess and say VS Code, but I don't claim to be an expert. I don't use Python as much. But yeah, give VS Code a try. I think it's native, or is there an extension for Python? Oh, yeah. So there's a Python's extension you'll probably want. PyCharm, yeah, that's true. PyCharm is also. I never used PyCharm though, so I don't think of it. But I've heard that that's okay. Pretty good. All right, so to get the address from the name is another thing we can do in system abstractions, right? Where was it? Put it somewhere. I think it might have been an endpoint as a static method. Yes. I think I stashed it here. No? There's get interface addresses. Maybe it was connection. Get address of host, that's it. So it's network connection, get address of host, and then it is host name, and it returns us the host address. I suppose we want to check to make sure it's not 0, right? So if host address is 0, let's return false. And then connect returns a success or fail as well, right? So if that doesn't work, then return false. Probably if we get all the way to the end, we'll presume it worked, right? Actually, that's all I need to do for now to satisfy the unit test. It just connects. It doesn't actually process any data. Let's see if it works. It doesn't work. I got an exception handler. Let's see what the exception is. Run it in debugger. We'll see it. Okay, it failed. And there's the exception. We have an exception there. Why? Because we already have the mutex locked. Okay, it's destroying stuff. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Right, the teardown stuff isn't quite clean. I think I need to clean it up. I think I had that in the other test, actually, now that I think about it. I think this had to have some teardown specific. Yeah, it had cleared the clients first before destroying the server. Yeah, let's try that. You run your code in the console in PyCharm, basically you see the result. I think you can do that in VS Code. I'm not sure though. Try out PyCharm. I've heard good things about it. I just haven't used it myself. Okay, cool. So it almost worked, right? No, it didn't work. It never actually got connected. Why wouldn't it actually connect? Let's see if it gets to this point. And actually, I want to also see if it got to the this point here as well. That's if the connection is received by the server. So let me debug. And let's see the host address. What is that? I wish it would show it to me in hexadecimal. I guess I can type it here, right? 127 is struggling with numbers today. 7F, yes. 7F000001. Okay, so it is going to localhost. Okay, so the name lookup worked. And what's the port number? 61508. And presumably that's the same as in the main thread. Let's see. Main thread's sitting here waiting for the connection to run, right? Right, it's sitting here. So we can look at the fixtures port number, 61503. Okay, so it's going to connect to the correct port. Oh, it did get here. Oh, there's a race. We have to, before we look at these clients, we have to wait for this wait condition. That's what I did wrong, I think. Right, so it happened, there's a race. This checks the size without actually waiting for it. So I think the other test I had did that as well. Let me look. I think I had a helper for that, like wait for connection. Here we go. Await connections. So we need that. And our fixture. Waits for the given number of connections to be established. So that's all kosher, so we put that in our test here. Await connections 1. Oh, and it's set up to be returns a bool, so I can just put that directly into the assert true. There we go. Yay! It connects to the server. Awesome. Now, what's next? Should I have it use TLS? That means I'll have to pull TLS into the server side as well. I probably already did that in my TLS tests, right? Let's see. Oh, I mocked it. I didn't have to actually do a real TLS connection. Oh, yeah, I can't really mock it if I'm using a real server here. What if I can get away with not using a real server? Let me think about this. I'd have to use dependency injection on the methods used to make the connection. So instead of doing this directly, it would have to call some dependency to create the connection. What's worse, mocking all this stuff or using a real TLS layer and just making a test certificate to play with? The test certificate wouldn't be too bad. And I'm not really testing TLS itself. Let's see how hard it would be to just pull in my own certificate. So I did that somewhere, didn't I? Maybe in AWS? No. No, that didn't do it. It has a special signature like begin, right? Yeah. Here we go. I did that for the crypto signing. And I don't want it to search through Libra SSL at all. Auth admin. Okay, where was the certificate? Oh, here's the certificate. Okay. I guess I never actually used it in a real test. Oh yeah, there's my test certificate there. So I could pull it in like I do these keys. Hmm. How easy is it to use my TLS decorator? Let's see. This is optional, I think. We configure one end as the cert client. All right, I have to have certificate authority certs. Or that actually could be the test certificate, right? Yeah, that actually makes more sense. So that'd be how we give the client end the certificate. And then there's a lower layer. We already have that. And the server also has a lower layer. And it needs the key in addition to... Okay, that's not so bad. So let me start with grabbing the test key. This is the test certificate. Let's grab this test certificate and put it into the test here. Let's put it way up here. How do I define it here? Const, it's just a const string, okay. Whoops. Test certificate. Okay, and then I pasted that, and then I did a bunch of search replace magic, I think. Right? So I did Control H within selection, and then beginning of the line is replaced by 8 spaces and a quote. Right, and then end of the line is replaced by character end quote character turn line feed end quote comma no comma. No, I don't want that. If I do that, it does it, right? Yes. Cool. So now I've embedded the certificate as a string, and I need to do the same thing with the key. Const string test key. How's it going, Romani? Hate? I'm doing pretty good. I'm implementing SMTP, so I'm pretty not that far along. It's already been an hour, man. I'm slow today. So I'm implementing the protocol, and all I have so far is I can connect to the test server. And next I'm adding TLS to that. So grabbing in my test keys right now. Paste, and then do the same search replace trickery here. So Control H, in selection. Okay, we can do that first. And then beginning of the line is replaced by 8 spaces and a quote. Nice. So that embeds our private key. Okay, and then we're gonna need the test framework to depend on TLS wrapper. So update CMake. Now I can go to the test wrapper and include it. TLS. Oh, nope. Decorator. It's not wrapper, it's decorator. Try again. When I update CMake like that, this is using the CMake plugin extension to VS Code, by the way, then it updates IntelliSense so it can find my headers, which is really cool. So there's the decorator. We'll make one here, I think. Actually, no. We're going to make one when every time a new connection comes in, right? So a new connection comes in, and we're going to decorate it first thing. So we need to store it so we're holding a reference, right? So const auto TLS is make. I'm just going to use shared pointer for now. TLS decorator, TLS decorator. What does the constructor need? Anything? No. They don't need anything. And then it is configure as server, not client. Configure as server. And configure as server needs the lower layer, which is new connection. And it needs the certificate, which is test certificate. And it needs the key, which is test key. And there's no password. There we go. So that configures the TLS layer. And then I use it as normal. So instead of new connection process, it's TLS process. Or really, I can just substitute this, right? Oh no, we can do TLS process. And then new connection is TLS. Okay, so that will now do a TLS connection with the client. Let's see if that works. You have a few questions. Well, go ahead. What are your questions, Alia? Welcome to the stream. Oh, I don't have the type correct. On which line? I think it's how I define this connection. Yeah, so that needs to be abstract. There, that should fix it. Cool. That's how the decorator works. They can have this point to the decorator, which then points to the underlying connection, or we can have it point to the underlying connection from the beginning. So now it still works. I don't do the TLS negotiation yet, but that's next. That'll be tested by the fact that if we send our initial hello, we should see it. I think that would be next, right? So the protocol, the way it works, right, is sort of demonstrated in Appendix D, these examples here. So what we can do is, in our test, we could send that message, literally, and we should receive that response with the names corrected and all that. In 6 to 7 months, you'll begin with courses. You can't decide what to choose: web design, web development, programming. They all look interesting. Try web design or web development, because I think that's easier to learn, in my opinion. I recommend to people that are just looking into learning programming to either start with Python or HTML. HTML is actually a lot easier to learn because the scope of what you do is limited to just making a web page, so it's a lot more approachable. Hold on, I need to go let my cat in. He's scratching at the door. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Thanks for the follow, Dr. B3B3. Yeah, so if they all look interesting, I would start with web design, web development. Programming is a deeper subject, right? And once you start doing web development, if you're doing progressive apps or reactive apps or whatever, not static pages, then you're going to end up learning programming anyway, and it'll be in JavaScript probably, or in PHP if you're doing the back end, and then you're learning all three of them. If that's too much, if you just want to focus on programming, I'd recommend Python. Python's an excellent language to learn as a starting point. Okay, so let's have the server send that and then expect to receive that back with these names fixed. I need to look up and see exactly what these names mean. Yeah, what is bar.com? Oh, I guess that's our host name. Yeah, let's look up this EHLO. You'll try to learn it all? Don't try to learn it all at once, though. Learn one thing at a time. The domain name given must be either a primary host name, a domain name resolves to an address, or if the host has no name, an address literal. Yeah, I don't know which one to use. I guess maybe we can delegate that to the user of the class. So it would be something like something we were expected to do in this test, right? So I guess that would be another argument. So if let's say alex.example.com is what who we're gonna say we are. Okay, see ya, Raleigh Monkey. Good luck. Okay, so we're gonna say that we expect. Okay, I need to elaborate on this. This is the server host name, server port number, because what I want to say here is client. What does it say exactly? A host name or address literal. So We'll just say client host name. Fix the names and then add this parameter. This is the name of this is the name to advertise to the server as being the host name of the client. Host name or address literal. Literal address? Okay. Okay. Yeah. You could always try a little bit of both. Like spend a day trying out some online tutorials on programming, another day doing a little bit of web design, and you might get a hint about which is more close to what you, or not more close. What is easier for you to start learning and what you like better. Okay, so we're adding that to this. In both places, I think. Yeah. And then passing it along. Okay. I can, oh, because I need to capture it. Oh, and I need to fix these names. That, and that. Oops. Not that, that. And then port number. There, actually it's all those. Okay. That's getting too long, so I like to break it up like that if it gets too long. Technically I should break that up too, but it's just going to be a lot of lines here. Do I mind if that's a lot of lines? I guess I don't mind. That's clear what we're capturing, that's clear what we're passing. Welcome back. Okay, so I didn't break anything, right? I did break something. What did I break? The test is broken on line 261. Oh, I put it in the wrong order. Yeah, I guess we'll fix this order. I guess I wanted to put the client name first. So we'll move it around. And then here as well. Oh, I didn't even have it documented there. Oh, let's fix that. Actually, let's just copy all three of these, because they all go here too, right? And then this moves up to there. And then this moves up to here. All right. Okay. What else did I break? Oh, this moved to there. Okay. Cool. Not broken. Yay. You follow a specific style guide? It's just arbitrary preferences. In fact, there are a few things in the Google style guideline I know I'm breaking because people have told me so. And, what was it? Never pass an object by pointer, they said, and I do that a lot, so. I guess instead of, yeah, it's just personal preferences. It's just what I've developed over the years is what's comfortable for me. Because I mostly worked solo. When I did work in teams, I think the only thing the teams that I worked in really cared about was consistency. So if I use like this style of indentation, as long as I was consistent with it, people could get used to it. I think that's the most important, is consistency. You pick a style and you just stick with it. Even if the style is a bit different from someone else, as long as it's the same, people get used to the way you write your code. I don't like how long this is. I think I'll break this up. All right, anyway, the next test, right? So the next test will build off of the first one. I think I'll actually make a helper for this, so I'll be a little bit more proactive than I was in the past. To avoid these tests getting really long, I'll make helper functions. So I'll make this a helper function, basically. Helper function, here we go. So bool will be the return value, and it'll be established connection. And we just paste all that code in there. So the same asserts, right? Actually, no, what we'll do is let the assert be returned early. So if this is not equal, if it's not ready, return false. Right, so rewrite this to say if the asynchronous connect didn't work, it's also a false. And return await connections. 1. Yeah, so then I can just reduce this to assert true. Establish connection. All right. And then our connection, const auto connection equals clients 0, right? And what type is that? I need to spell it correctly. It's a client, which I defined up here. So we have the connection, we have the data received from the client, and we have whether or not the client connection was broken. So I can take this connection now and send. Actually, this is redundant, isn't it? What if we call it client? And then connection, we'll just pull it out. Then it could say connection, send message. And I can send the message I want. So I want it as a bytes, but we want text. Well, should I have a convenience function for this? Yeah, let's make a send text message connection, and then let me formulate the message I want to send. So it's going to be whatever I had in that. I want to pull from there. I like pulling examples straight from the RFC because I can reference it and people will be like, oh, that's what he's doing. And then this needs to be, I guess we can keep it foo.com, right? Or should we do example.com? Let's just do mail.example.com. Hey there, Too African to Eat. How's it going? I'm implementing client-side SMTP. Test-driven development. YOLO, in other words. Okay, convenience function number 2 is send text message, right? So we need to know the connection, which is one of the... Okay, here I'm going to try to follow the Google convention, which is to not pass by reference, but pass by... not pass by pointer, but pass by reference. So we'll do it the right way, which would be this way. Connection, and then const string message. Message as string. Well, yeah, message. We'll just call it message. And then so instead of doing that, we have to dereference it. Actually, you know what I can do? I can dereference that, and then make that a reference. And it can't be const. There we go. That's too long, so I'm going to break it up. Okay, now the body of this. It's really just connection.send message, and then it has to be a vector. So it's a vector formed from the message from beginning to end. There we go. Okay, and then the expectation would be, let's make another helper. How are we going to do this? Set up ESLint for C++. I'm not really into lint for C++. They used that at my last job, and I didn't really like it so much. People would set up stuff, and in the end, they would either just ignore the rules, or they would set up rules that just allowed everything anyway, so it kind of left me with a bad impression. Programming has more things to offer you? Yeah, that's good. When you learn programming, you can always pick up web stuff on the side, because a lot of programming involves web stuff anyway. And that's fine. You can be as fast or as slow as you want. For code format, I don't need it. I'm used to doing the formatting as I go anyway. So yeah, not for me. Why would you want two different instances of the connection though? It's not two instances. This is just getting a reference to the same one so that I can pass it into this function to use it. I'm just trying to follow the Google convention where they pass things by reference and not by pointer. But there's only one connection here. Let me just write this how I would want to write it. Okay, there are two things actually. I want to like expect a connection. So a helper would be like await response or something. Await message. And then actually I know how to do this. I can say await messages 1, and then I can get back messages, and then I can assert equal that there's only one messages. Actually, I can do better than that. I can say assert something very specific for messages, right? Which is a standard vector of strings. Hold on, let me think about this. Yeah, the helper is going to parse it into lines for me, because that's just more convenient. And how is this done again? I think it's this way. Is what gtest is more comfortable with? Yeah. So I just need to make this helper here. Await messages helper. Oh, it needs to know the connection as well. Actually, it needs to know the client, right? Because it needs the access to this data received. So it'll be client. Looks more like Google style is that references must be const, otherwise passed by pointer. Oh, so I still don't have it right then. Because I'm not passing it const, I'm actually passing the reference. I'm doing that because send message is not a const method. So I can't make connection const here. But anyway, I think passing by reference, if you can, is better. Because then you don't screw up and make a copy of the pointer. So, I don't know. It's not a hard and fast rule that I follow. Okay, wait. I think I should put it up here with await connections. So this gets two things, right? So client, and then num messages. All right, and I'll comment it later. Do I have vector and string included? I don't have string. Now I do. Did I not get that right? Why is it complaining? Because it's const. Indeed. Now it's not const. Okay. Could I give you a recap of what I've already done today? Sure, I can. And hello, human. I haven't done much in the protocol. I've just set things up. It would have assumed auto name would have cloned. No. So auto with a reference is a hint saying figure out the type, but it needs to be a reference. And that's important because if I didn't do that, that would make a clone. And you can tell by if I look at connection, it's not a reference. So that'll actually make a clone of that object. So that enforces that it be a reference to an existing object. Yeah. So yeah, I need to have that @ sign, otherwise I am cloning the connection. Yeah, that's maybe one of the downsides of using auto, is it's maybe not immediately clear whether or not you're cloning. You just have to, I guess I'm used to seeing if I have those two together, it's definitely not a clone. Whereas this could be a clone. And actually that is a problem. That's a bug. That needed to be a reference. Because I didn't want to clone the client, did I? Okay. I'm glad I caught that. Thank you. Thank you for helping me catch that. Okay, so the recap. I just set up a framework for doing test-driven development of a SMTP client. And the only thing I got working so far is I can connect to a server. So the only thing that SMTP does right now is it supports this asynchronous way of connecting where it uses standard async and it calls an internal synchronous connect. This will return a future which is set when this synchronous thing returns from an arbitrary thread context. And all it really does is it makes a new underlying network connection, looks up the IP address of the server, and then makes a connection, TCP connection to it. That's all it does right now so far. So I was adding the next thing it should do, which is after the connection, if the server sends that, we should expect to see a message back, which is what I'm writing right now. Which I think I'm just going to copy from the spec. We expect the hello. And then this domain name should be whatever this sets, which is alexexample.com. Right? That's exactly what I expect now. So this will fail. Actually, let me, oh, I don't have the name correct, right? So this was AHLO. And then I need to implement await messages. Yeah, I must return a value, right? Okay, so let's do that. Okay, here I need to chop up, actually, something needs to chop up the messages into lines, and it might be more appropriate to do it here. All right, this data recede, we can maybe parse lines here. Let's have a data recede, and then actually put the lines here, right? This holds any data received from the client before that data has been chopped up into lines. And then this holds any data received from the client that this holds any lines, text lines, extracted from the data received from the client. There we go. That's what we'll say. And this has to have its own name. Lines, I guess? Lines recede? So we'll do it here. Before we notify there, we will, every time we receive new data, I think I'll just keep it simple. We will search for the sequence character return line feed. So auto CRLF equals data recede. Oh, wait a minute. This is not as simple. We can search for the carriage return first. So find, I can do find, right? It has no member find. I thought it did. I thought vector had a find. Let's look at vector. I guess we'll just use a generic find then. So that's in algorithm. So that's that form is standard find. Collection first. No. Let me look it up just to make sure I get it right. Come on, scroll bar. Standard find. Iterator range and in value. Okay, so it's find from the beginning to the end. The carriage return. And that should be promoted to the right type. So we can say if CR is not equal to data recede dot. Actually, let's do this in a loop. Actually, we can make it a little bit more sane. While not data recede empty. That's a little bit more sane. And if we don't find a carriage return, we'll break out early, right? Actually, there are two cases. It could also be a carriage return that happens to be at the end of the string, so we're not done searching. We haven't gotten line feed yet, and so that's either it's equal to the end or. Can I add one? Can you add to? I'd like to be able to do that. I don't know if I can do that though. Basically, if the character past the character turn is off the end of the buffer break. Or, I guess the third would be if, when you dereference that, if it is not equal to line feed. All those conditions are met though, and we can get another line. So that's lines. Let's make another reference. Lines received. Lines received dot pushback. It will be a string born from, let's use the iterator range way of doing it. Begin to data received to a character turn plus 2, right? Because it's always one past the end, the last one. And then it's data received dot erase, which makes me think I shouldn't use a vector. But this is just a test. It doesn't need to be fast. And erase returns something, correct? Did I misspell that? I did misspell it. No, I didn't. What's wrong? Oh, it just says no inst. Okay. Anyway, it's data reseed dot begin to character turn plus 2. Now IntelliSense will be happy, right? And it does return something, so I like to do this, which means that I'm marking that erase returns something, and I'm explicitly saying I don't care what it is. And pushback does not return anything, so I don't need to do that. Okay, so this will break up the data into lines. Oh, why did it do that? That should break the data up into lines and put it into that lines received. Oh, and I have to return a value. Okay. So yeah, await. So the await, since this is also notifying the wait condition, we can do the same thing that the other await did. Grab that lock and wait for it, and we just have a different condition. So the condition depends on num messages and the client. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. Do I have a wait? Oh, it's using the global wait? It's from this. It's using the global wait condition. Okay. So I can do that, right? Oh. Yeah, so we're not going to return. It's just going to be whatever. We'll get what we get, and we won't throw a fit. So I think what I'll do here is I'll swap out. So auto messages received is client. It's client. Client dot lines received. Move. That works, right? I get the correct type. Actually, no. I want to do it slightly different. I want to use a swap. So that's decal type of that is messages received, right? And that makes an empty vector. And then we can do messages received dot swap with that. And then we return messages received. As long as we do that while we're holding the lock, and then the other one also locks. Yes, we also lock it. Okay, good. Okay, then the condition to wait for is that client.message lines received is greater than or equal to num messages. I need to capture the client. Actually, this makes a clone, doesn't it? So I really can't take a reference, can I? Hold on, let me think about this. A vector of clients. Do we don't erase from that, right? We always push back, but we don't erase. So what if I just take an index? So where we use it? Down here. So what if I do an index? And then we'll move that down to here. Get rid of that. And it's client index. That way we're not accidentally making a copy. And then I can do auto equals client index like that. Why did it not like that? What's client again? Oh, there's no, it's a size, right? And then I need to also get a copy out here. Right, okay, that'll work. Hey there, creator in deep. And I play poker badly. What's up, guys? Gals. I shouldn't assume gender. I keep falling into that trap. I need to be very generic with gender. And say, hello, people / robots. How are you doing? Okay, I'm setting up a helper here to help me test a new email client. And this is basically waiting for a given number of messages to be arrived as lines received from the server. And it's used down here so that we can understand the test. The test is we establish a connection. Then we send this message pretending to be the server. We await one message back, and it should be that. Now let's make sure this test runs and does not crash, but at least runs. It should fail because the client doesn't do anything. And here's the proof of that. We don't actually get anything from the client. So let's go implement that. So to implement that, in addition to connecting, we need to start processing the data in order to receive callbacks, right? So that would be another if process. And I actually need to do the TLS side too, don't I? Anyway, there's a delegate that we get called. 2 delegates. So let's just put them here. Message received delegate and a broken delegate. And if that doesn't work, we return false. Okay, now we have to set these up. Const auto, that is whatever this process requires of me. I don't know yet. Aha, there we go. So it is this. It's going to take this as a parameter. Cool. So as a parameter, it's that. And then broken delegate. It also has a parameter. I forget what it is though. Let's look. Graceful. Don't have the right indent levels here. Now I do. Is learning C++, you're learning C++ for 5 months now. Can you give you some advice? Well, if you've been learning it for 5 months, you know a bunch of stuff. So I would need to know what you know. Like, how much have you learned, and are you running into any problems? Forgotten a lot of C++ characteristics in STL. Well, it's changed. So stuff like these lambda expressions and the like decal type is new, and what's another example of something new? Oh, this future stuff. The fact that we have future now is new. And the way that I did that future is in this async, that's new. So there's a lot of newer stuff in C++. You could have been working on C++ for a long time and never seen this, because if you're in C++ 98, you would never have run into that. Unless maybe you were using Boost. A lot of stuff in C++ standard template library came from Boost originally. But yeah, creator in deep. I don't really know what advice to give you unless I first understand where you are learning. I guess one generic piece of advice would be there. Do I have this written down here? Scott Myers? No. There's an excellent book I recommend you read if you don't already know it, and it is Scott Myers' book, Effective Modern C++. Highly recommend this book because this will catch you up on the stuff that's added to the standard recently. It's broken up into like different tips that you can like skim the table of contents to what looks interesting or what you don't already know, and then read just that tip and not need to read it from cover to cover. Highly recommend it. This book. That should help you brush up on like what collections are best appropriate to use, how to use them, common techniques of and patterns in C++, that kind of stuff. Okay, so we're here, right? What did I do wrong here? Oh, semicolon. Actually, you know what I'm going to do, just to clean this up a bit? I'm just going to have this capture this. And that's safe because we're holding on to this server connection, right? Yeah, that's part of our own state. So that should be fine. I think that's okay. Well, hold on. I always get in trouble capturing this. Maybe it would be smarter. Right, this impl is already shared, so we can maybe have a weak pointer back to it. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll have a weak pointer self weak is in order to do that I need to enable shared from this. So let's do that. Public what is that? Enable shared from this. That's a template that we have to provide our own class name there. So when you do that, that lets you do this clever thing. Shared from this. And then turning it into a weak pointer. How come it didn't like that? Oh, because this is a, that's not the name of, no, that is, oh, because it's that, right. Syntax is a little weird. It's still not happy? I'm doing this slightly wrong then. What am I doing wrong here? A weak pointer should be able to take a shared pointer as an argument, right? Is that just IntelliSense being strange? Yeah, see, it compiled, but IntelliSense was weird about it. You know variables and types, functions, overloads, templates, arrays, pointers, dynamic memory, data structures, classes. So you've learned all the traditional things, which are not, some of them are now wrong to do, right? Like polymorphism. Polymorphism, it used to be a real big thing to teach inheritance and polymorphism, but in the real world, it's most of the time it's the wrong thing to do. The better thing to do these days is components. So component-oriented design is better than object-oriented in a lot of cases. And it's too bad that they don't teach that very well still. But component-oriented programming is more that instead of having base classes and derived classes, a lot of the time you will just have classes that have as member variables smaller classes, or even better, pointers to smaller classes so that you can store those smaller classes could be your dependencies, and then you can use dependency injection to provide the actual implementation of those smaller objects as parameters. They teach polymorphism in college, yeah, but I wish that they would teach more component-oriented design, because that leads to a lot of good patterns like dependency injection, inversion of control, and a lot of other good things. So IntelliSense is going to freak out about that, but that's okay. So the idea here is these will capture that and then recover it. Hey there, bug found. Nice for you to join us. Been going for 2 hours. Mostly I'm setting up the infrastructure here for this email client. I think a lot of the actual protocol stuff here will follow once I get this first message exchange done, because all the others are basically just more message exchanges. Okay, so auto self equals self weak dot lock. This is how you recover the strong pointer. The reason why I'm using this weak pointer is to avoid a circular reference. We're holding on to the connection through a pointer, and if we give that connection callback function objects that hold on to our self, that's a circular reference. But if I use weak reference, it doesn't count towards whether the object is kept alive. The downside is that you have to make the weak pointer from the strong pointer, and then when you want to use it, you have to call lock to recover the strong pointer. And you the strong self, the impl, might have already been destroyed, so you have to do a check. So if self equals null pointer, then basically the callback has outlived the implementation, and so we just return early. Do the same thing here, but if it succeeds, then we can call it, and we can say on message received, right? And the same thing here, I can call on broken. So this is sort of boilerplate for that. I might want to put it into its own method. I'll keep it for now. But so now we are adding 2 more methods. On why type it again when I can copy it? On message received, right? It has the same arguments as the delegate itself. And then the second one, on broken, bool graceful. I guess I can put that on one line, right? All right, so that's all I need to do. Now I should be able to actually see the server message. So let's just do something dummy here. And let me think about this. Can I just hard code the response here for now? I think I can. So so whatever we receive, we'll just send a message. EHLO alex.example.com. We'll just hard code the response message. And okay, that's the line. So const standard string line equals that, and then this one's a vector. I'm going to end up making another helper for this, but we can construct the vector from line from beginning to end, same way I was doing before. So that hopefully that should make the test pass. Let's see. Nope. But I can put a breakpoint there to see if we actually get there. Nope, we never do. Okay, so I don't have this correct yet. Did it ever get here? That's what I want to see next. No. It never received the message from the server. We did do a send. Let me see this. It should have sent it. Oh, wait. I forgot. Okay, this is not important, but right now, but that needs to be there in the future. And I think the way I wrote that also expects that to be there. But that shouldn't have made it fail. Yeah, see, it's timing out. You can tell because it took over a second, and that's my timeout. Yeah, that goes into the network connection. Oh, wait. It's using TLS. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's going to be an issue until I do TLS on the client side. Playing with my JSON library encountered a problem when on different locale the float decimal separator can be wrong. Comma instead of dot. Oh, I didn't realize that. Is that in JSON that you can use a comma? Let's see. I was using this as my reference. Do they say you can use a comma for a decimal? Yeah, they don't say that. Oh, you're saying that the way I wrote the printing of it, it uses the locale? Really? Let's see what I did there. That would be floating point, right? How'd I do that? Oh, is it because printf uses the locale? Yeah, we could always replace commas with dots, but maybe there's a way to configure printf. So this really calls vs printf, which calls vsn printf, which is in the standard C library. So if there, maybe I should look that up and see if there's a way to control the locale settings. I want the C version of that. Does it say anything about locale? No. I guess it's just something you're assumed that you know, right? Yeah, see, it just doesn't. It says that, but I guess it's assuming that you know that. Oh, it might be a comma instead of a dot. Yeah. What if I don't want it to respect the locale? Hey there, Mr. Bankster. How's it going? We're just looking at a bug report from Bug Found because he likes to find bugs. It's part of his name, you know. Do you ever do Node.js backend? No. I know about it, but I don't ever do it. I'm more of a C++ guy. So, do they actually... Yeah, see, in their example, they don't even bother to show that. I guess I'd have to look... I'll have to look into this later, Bug Found. What I would want to do is override or ignore the locale for that printf. Or maybe I just not use printf at all for this, right? I could roll my own thing to print out decimals. Maybe that's what I want to do. You like pointers too? I like pointers, but I like to wrap them these days in shared or unique pointers. Let me take that note, Bug Found. Actually, I'll go even further. So here's what you guys are always welcome to do because my stuff is in GitHub. We can do this right now. We can go to JSON, and I will open up an issue for myself. New issue. So we're going to say... Actually, I don't know what locale it is. I need to reproduce this. So in some locales, the decimal point in for floats is comma instead of period. Actually, this is really a comment. Incorrect encoding of floating point values in some locales. And I'll say this issue was reported by Bug Found. Let's put in the date here too. And this is I turn that into UTC time, so that's 19. There we go. Danish, okay. There we go. That is issue number 1. Congratulations, Bug Found. You have found issue number 1. All right. Look at that later. So for those of you who are kind of joining and like, what the heck is this guy doing? I like to write libraries from scratch because I have fun understanding how the nuts and bolts of things work. That's a horrible way of saying it. I like to enjoy how things work, the nuts and bolts of it, the devil's in the details and all that stuff. So in the grand scheme of things, what I'm doing is making a multiplayer game. There's linked to that, more information there, but essentially, because it's a multiplayer game, I need a server set up. I need player accounts. People need to register for accounts. If they forget their password, I need to have some way to know who they like, to be able for them to know to prove to the system that they control that account. So it's a standard thing where if you forget your password, it will email you a password reset token. So in order to email you, you have to use a protocol to talk to a mail server to send an email, and a typical way protocol for that is this SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. So I'm working on implementing that right now as a reusable component, so that this will go into my GitHub. And if you really wanted to make your own program that sends an email and doesn't use any other libraries, you could either look at my code, how I did it, or use my library, or just use someone else's library. It should all be the same. So my library is going to use SASL, which is what I did yesterday. Simple authentication security layer for logging into the web server, to the mail server. And then we're using TLS, transport layer security, so it's all encrypted. And I'm going to be making a little test app called Newman, which is named after the guy from, the character from Seinfeld, which will be my test application to send an email to test my library. And that's what I'm still working on the basic setup here to make the connection. So we're making a connection to the mail server, and I just added the code in here to have callbacks for when data is received, and then we're going to just very crude first cut is that the moment we receive something, we're going to send the first message the mail server expects to get. And that if you look at the RFC, which is the internet standard for SMTP, it has example scenarios, and I literally just copied straight from there. So that's the first message the client is supposed to send after the server sends its greeting. And right now I'm trying to figure out why it never gets to that line of code. I have a test for it, and it's just never getting to this breakpoint here. If I run that, it's just getting to this is when the test fails. So it gets all the way down to here and says that failed. We didn't receive anything. And I'm like, why? We sent the message. So I'm right now trying to figure that out. That's perfectly fine, Bug Founder. It's exercise for me because that will happen constantly as I'm streaming. There will be discussion, there'll be sidetracking. It's all good. All right. Why the heck is this not being received? I guess I can delve into these details. We can go into here and see what the heck's going on. So stepping in is sort of a hard task because constructing the parameters takes a while. Oh, that's right. That's why it's probably not working, because the server has TLS and the client doesn't. That's probably what it is. Okay, so we need both ends to talk TLS. And so I don't have that quite set up right, because if the client's going to use TLS, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to disable TLS for now. It's super simple because it's just a decorator. All I need to do is I can keep the TLS in there. I can just take, instead of TLS, I can just say, I can comment this part out. No, wait a minute. This configure server doesn't really do anything other than set up stuff, right? Subscribes to diagnostics, but that's about it. Yeah, so we can, instead of processing the TLS connection, we can process the underlying connection directly. And then hold on to that underlying connection. There we go. Now let's see if that causes the test to pass now. No. But at least there's no TLS layer in the middle, so again, I should step into this and see what's going on. It should be putting it into a queue to be sent. Right, it puts it into a queue to be sent. So now I guess the next thing I want to check is it received? So it would be received in the client where? Oh, right here. Does that ever get hit? Hold on, let me get rid of the other breakpoint. Now we debug. No. So it's queuing it to be sent, but it's never actually sent. Why not? Is this, where's that called from here? Maybe that's never called. Is this correct? Yeah, so it should, this is the client end. It should connect to the server, and it calls process, so that means it should be running the thread to receive the data. So what's going on? It just never gets there. I'm missing something simple, and when I see it, I'll be like, oh, that was dumb. Hey there, Admiral N-tier. Is that how you say it? Hi, is it N-tier, sir? Hi. Good evening, too, bud. Let me wave to you new guys. Welcome to the stream. Alright, I'm trying to figure out why this delegate is not called in this process. What is, let me see this process. I'm missing something. Hold on, I can look and see in the thread. Where is it? Not include, but source, Windows, connection window, Win32. This output queue. Let's see if it's actually sent. So it would be here, right? Let's see if it's actually sent. No. Okay, that's maybe a hint. It should have gotten there. Why not? Is processor never called? Let's see. It is called, okay. Going to sleep, waiting. It woke up. It didn't receive anything. It's gonna wait. It goes to sleep again. Oh, and here's the other, another thread coming in here. Hasn't received anything, so it's okay. Now we're flipping between. Oh, wait a minute. We got an abrupt close that happened somehow. N-tier architecture. I've never heard that term before. What does that mean? What's N-tier architecture? Okay, I got a Windows socket error 10,054. What's 10,054? Connection reset. Okay, so it was brutally disconnected on us. What's the main thread doing? Wait a minute, what's it? It's allocating something. Interesting. Huh. That's the problem though. Something got closed, so that's happening first. Connection is being closed for some reason. Why would it be closed? Multi-tier architecture, or multi-layered architecture. Oh, I guess that's what I'm doing, because I do have different protocol stack levels, so for me, it's simply 3 levels. The transport layer, everything below the transport layer, I let the operating system handle for me. And above the transport layer, I have a transport layer security level, which right now I have turned off because I'm debugging something. On top of TLS, I'm going to have the application layer, which is SMTP in this case. Can you make long integers as enums? I think so. You can override that in C++ by... where's a good enum that I have? I did one yesterday in SASL. That was in the source for Scram. So here's an enum. I think what you can do is this. That'll work. That tells it that the underlying data type for the enum is long. Or you can be more specific and say that. And then it'll use 64 bits for the enum values, even when it doesn't need to. If you leave it default, I think it just picks int or whatever fits. All right, so the connection is being reset for some reason, and I need to find out which side of the connection this is. So let me see if I can get a hint. Kind of hard to see. I would need to know what the port number... Actually, I guess I can look at the call stack. So this is the one that ends in 6. Let's see what the main thread says. Our connection is. Connection. Impl. Okay, so it's the server end. The server end thinks the client disconnected. Why would the client disconnect? Oh, wait a minute. I wonder if I did accidentally copy the connection here. Let's see what it does. It might be the way I did this async stuff. How does this work? This connect thing. That's a unique pointer. Yes, that shouldn't have been destroyed. Hold on. Go back to debugging. Now go to the main thread and look at connection. Actually, I wanted to see, okay, there's one strong reference to it, one weak reference to it. Actually, that's not right. There should be 2 weak references to it. Oh, why is that set to true? That's not right. Processor stop is true? Okay, there's the thread, 8464. Can I see that in the threads here? Yeah, it's too bad it doesn't show me the thread IDs. Oh, it was closing. Look at that. There's the symptom. The TLS decorator was being destroyed and it closed. Oh, shoot. That's the problem. I'm destroying the decorator and the decorator calls close. Okay, so I forgot about that. If you tell the decorator to use the component, it kind of takes over. So I need to comment out this part. That's the problem. It took over the connection, and then since this was made on the stack, when setup returned, or when this new connection delegate returned, it destroyed the TLS, which then closed the connection that it just opened. There we go. So it works without TLS. What about using a time-traveling debugger? That would be awesome. I could have it just tell me what the answer is, and I'll just figure it out sometime later in the future when I'm really bored. Okay, I got that running, so that's making good progress. I think next I will put in the TLS layer. I think I kind of want to make it optional. I want to make either you can use TLS or not, and the third one would be start TLS, but I don't really want us. That would be extra. I'll do that if I have extra time. I need to take a quick break to use the restroom, though. I will be right back in like a minute. Hello, I'm back. Oh, so you were saying a debugger that actually does, so time traveling is a real term for something else? Okay. I don't know what that actually means. Hold on. Hold on. I just got a text. Oh, okay. All right. Continuing on. I want to handle TLS before I get any further. So, with that existing test working, let's make two alternatives to it. So, hello with TLS and one without. Okay, so the difference will be, I think established connection will have a, we'll just keep it simple and make it a flag. So true for if we want TLS, false if we don't. And also the setup needs to be different. Excuse me. Setup needs to be different. So let me think about this. Do I want to duplicate this one? I think I do. But this would be the only time I try with TLS. I think once these pass, to keep it simple, I'll have the other test not use TLS. So this will be without TLS. Whoops. With TLS. So what I do here in the setup to make a server, it needs to be conditional. So it can't just be something in setup. It needs to be something we make a helper for. So we'll make a helper. Set up server, or let's not confuse setup. Let's just call it start server. And it'll take use TLS as an argument, and then we'll have this call the other one right here. Start. No, hold on. What am I doing? This code just goes into that other place. So we're not really using setup. We're expecting the tests themselves to do it. So this would be start server true, start server false. And then start server true, start server false. Okay, the established connection needs to take the same kind of include or use TLS. Okay, so that I think we want to just pass off to the client. And same thing when we call connect directly right here. So this is with, so it's true, and then without is false. Okay, and then let's change this start server. So we'll say if use TLS, now we're going to, let me think about this. Yeah, so I think what I'll do is I'll just have the TLS take over, like be stored in that new connection. So do it this way. That has to be tunneled so we can get it back. And then we do that if TLS is turned on. We will configure the server. And then new connection equals TLS. And then the rest of the function proceeds, right? That's one end, that's the server end. On the client end, now use TLS as a parameter to connect, right? So let's add it, use TLS. This flag indicates whether or not to include a transport layer security. Actually, let me think about this. Maybe it makes more sense to have another method, because it can't just be a flag here. It also needs to include the certificate authorities, right? Yeah. Let me undo this. We'll make it another function. So in the connect, right? It won't do that. It'll just say if we have to do it before connect. If use TLS client dot enable TLS, and then we'll have to pass in the certificate, test certificate. because it needs to know. Normally, you'd pass a concatenation of all of the trusted certificate authorities certificates, but right now for the test, we just need to have the server's certificate be what the client uses for its certificate authorities, so that it passes the certificate check. All right, so I'm going to do that way, and so that changes these. So wherever I want that, I need to do that, and then here I don't need to do anything. So we'll just make a new method. What did I call it? I called it enable TLS, and it receives the CA certs. So what do we want to call? What's the deal with this? Why is IntelliSense freaking out? Is it because it doesn't know what a string is? Okay, whatever. So enable TLS. Set the instance up to include a transport layer security TLS layer between SMTP and the network. Between the how about just say between the application SMTP and network TCP layers. And the parameters CA certs. I can copy that. I've documented that somewhere. I'm sure I have. That would. Oh wait, it's in that class. Okay, so I know where that is. Here. This is the concatenation of the root certificate authority certificates to trust in PEM format. Yes, exactly. Precisely. Correct. All right. So this enable, all I really need to do, I think, because it's not until we connect that we actually make the connection, we'll just set a flag and store the certificates. So impl use TLS is true, impl CA certs is CA certs. Okay, so I'm going to steal that comment there for CA. What is a CA cert? I'm going to paste it up here. Right there. CA certs. This is a flag. This indicates whether or not to include a TLS layer. Okay, there. Bool use TLS. It's false by default. All right. Should I go ahead and comment this while I'm at it? Yeah, let's do that. And because I might be decorating it, I really need to do share pointer, which makes it a bit cleaner because I only need to do that. I don't need a custom deleter because the built-in shared pointers deleter is set on construction and not by the template itself, so it's a lot nicer. I don't have to worry about it just calling delete through the base class. It doesn't do that. Okay, this is the connection to the next. This is the interface to the next layer down in protocol. So it is either the TLS layer or the network, the TCP layer, depending on whether or not TLS was enabled. Okay. I'll document these ones later, because I'm lazy. Okay, so here we go. We don't need to do this stuff. I can just say that's make shared of this. There we go. You don't think this internet is good enough to handle no quality options? I'm sorry, there's no quality options. It is 2 megabit. Is that too high for you? Sorry about that. Oh, I missed some comments. You just debug a program. We're talking about time traveling debuggers. Just debug a program that also records where it executes. Then you can later jump to any point in time. Well, you'd have to restore the state of everything. So you'd have to have memory snapshotting, which I guess some things do, like VMs can do that, right? Well, technically, you can do that with a VM, right? Run any debugger in a virtual machine and just take snapshots. And if you want to go back, just go back to the snapshot. You'll be back in time, right? So I guess a time traveling debugger would have to do the same thing. It would have to snapshot all of memory that change, like the diffs in memory, and then if you want to go back, it would just restore memory to a previous snapshot. Oh, you're at an Airbnb? I'm sorry. But quality options, you know, I have really no control over other than I could try to start with quality options like Ski Dog does, but I haven't really gotten the hang of that yet. I have to make that part of my routine where I have to have a way to start up the stream. And yeah, you know. Okay. So making a connection, and here's the rub, right? So if use TLS, I can actually copy what I did in the test framework, right? I could do the same thing here. That's exactly what I want. Only, oh no, it's not exactly. It's not server, it's client. And I need to have the outer project depend on TLS decorator as well. Run that and run that update CMake there. So playing with scissors, you could also just do audio only. You don't need to see me and my ugly face or my code. You can just hear my lovely voice. Configure, okay, I need TLS decorator, right? TLS decorator, and then configure it as a client. And what does it need for a client? It needs the lower layer, the certs, and the server name. So the lower layer is that. The certs is CA certs, and then the port, the host name is host name. Actually, I forgot to rename that. That's that. Port number is that. Oh, host address is there. No, host address is host address. Got it. Okay. So that's it for parameters, and then the server connection is the TLS at that point. Right. Oh, there's one additional thing I kind of want to do. After process, we should try to do if use TLS. Actually, I want to hold on to this. Actually, I need some of this. Let's remove the const auto, and that becomes. Well, actually, this still stays const auto. No, it doesn't. Sorry. Turn this around. So instead of make shared, it's shared pointer. TLS, right? So that we still have the original interface. I can use it down here. TLS, because I want to do this. I want to do, what is it? Do I want to do the set handshake complete delglet? Is that what I want? I think that's what I want, right? Oh no, was there, do I have a way to do the handshake directly? No. Okay, so I guess I don't need to do it there. I can do it up here. Oh wait, no. I do want to do it down here. I want to do a handshake delegate and just wait for it. So really this should be rewritten as a promise future thing. But for now, we're just going to do it this way. Okay, it receives the certificate, fine. So something that receives a certificate and does what? Let's just use a promise future thing. So that is future. How do you do audio only? I think I only know how to do it on the mobile Twitch app. One of the options you can pick is audio only. Maybe you can without quality options? Or maybe it requires quality options too. I don't remember. Yeah, you don't need Streamlink if you on the mobile app. I've done this before where, and I don't remember if quality options are required or not, but there was an option to do audio only. And that was handy if I was driving or something and I still wanted to listen to Adam or something like that. I could put him on audio only and then drive around and just listen to him. Yeah, so that makes sense because you don't have to transcode to get the audio only. You just extract the audio elementary stream from the original stream and just toss the video, right? So that ought to be available to anyone. Although I don't know if it still transmits the video to you and you just don't see it. That would mean the bandwidth is still the same, only you don't see the video, which would suck. Okay, so I have the original TLS. All right, I was working on this part. So the promise, I don't care about the return value, do I? I guess I could get the certificate if I wanted. I don't care about it though. So this is handshake completed. And then we're gonna automatically make the future. So handshake was completed. I don't know if this naming kind of is the best, but it's what I'm sort of settling on. So you call it get future, and we we capture the promise by reference so that we can set the value, and then here afterwards we will wait for it. So if handshake was completed, wait for, I don't know, should I make that a parameter, like how long to wait for? I don't know. Let's just hard code it for now. I really don't want to make a magic number though, so we'll just make it a constant. So TLS handshake timeout is not equal to standard future status ready. Then return false, right? Actually, I can't just do that because if we return false, that has a reference to something on the stack. So I'll do it this way. Auto handshake completed equals standard make shared promise. Now this goes to an arrow, and this goes to an arrow as well, and I don't need to capture by reference anymore. So if we have already abandoned it and then it comes back and says, okay, yeah, it's done, it won't care because it'll just set a promise we aren't listening to anymore. Okay, let's make that constant. Anonymous namespace, please. Const expr, what is it? Standard chrono milliseconds. There's probably a better way to declare this. And just to be polite, I will include chrono. Milliseconds. I don't know how long. What's a good timeout? TLS handshake should be less than a second, right? You would hope. Is that a reasonable timeout? I don't know. Why is it not like this though? Oh, because it's not a pointer. The future's not a pointer. There we go. So it'll wait for the handshake to complete. Oh, what did I get wrong here? Try 15 seconds for just for TLS handshake? Oh, okay. So audio only doesn't send the video? That's good. Yeah, I know that there are different elementary streams. I just wasn't sure if Twitch would split the streams apart and then just send you the audio. Because that's technically transcoding, although you're not coding, you're just opening up a container and making a new container out of it. 15 seconds seems a lot for just a transport layer handshake. I think I'll just keep it, I'll keep it at 1 second. If I run into problems, I'll change it. Actually, I really should make it configurable. Okay, it didn't like something I did. Which line number was it? Was it on? Sometimes I can't, okay, it's 267. Sometimes I can't really see the line number doesn't pop out at me. So it's here. I can't do that? Why not? Oh, because that's not the correct interface. Okay. Well, what we can do is we can change the name a little bit and make it an I. I network connection. New connection interface. Foreign from new connection, right? And then I can just use that everywhere. That, and is it used? Yeah, all of that. Then it should work. Okay. So just go for it? Go for it. Hey, look at that. It all worked. The first try. That makes me real nervous. So, to sabotage it, to see it fail, what if I don't do the handshake complete? Actually, let me think about this. How would I get one of these to fail, right? I guess if we don't pass the correct certificate, that would make it fail, right? So, let's say instead of setting the test certificate, let's rename test certificate. I commit, okay. When you have something in search, it sabotages the replace all. Oh, thanks for the follow, Duxigo. I don't speak Spanish, although my kids are learning it, but I know just enough to know that you asked if I speak Spanish. No habla español. Lo siento. All I speak is English and a little bit of French and a tiny bit of French. Although one day playing with scissors, either Spanish or French, I might allow people to speak, and I will translate for it, because that you need to practice speaking other languages, otherwise you don't use them. A lot of rural areas have really bad reliability, but 15 seconds to do a handshake is really bad. I'll think about that though. Let me write that down to. I'm gonna research that later. So what this is in the context of what to pick for reasonable timeout for a TLS handshake. Okay, I think what I was going to do here, I was going to have an alternate certificate, I think. How about we call this test good certificate, and then I make a bad certificate. So to make a bad certificate, I'm just going to hack one thing. We'll change one of these characters somewhere. How about we change that one to an N? So the idea here is that I can try the bad one. Actually, let's make a new test out of it. Test, connect a server with TLS bad certificate. Good certificate. What did I say? What did I say about what? I said many things playing with scissors. Oh, about languages? I was saying that although we're asking people to keep chat in English right now, I might allow other languages in the future and then translate what people write into English, because to me it sounds like an interesting way of maybe practicing other languages, at least reading other languages. But yeah, not right now. I'm a little bit too distractible. Do other streamers do that? Do they sometimes allow other languages and then they just translate it back into English? Because that would be an awesome way to practice speaking other languages. Or Practice learning other languages. No, not really. Okay, so it's my original idea. Okay, so that almost worked, although what do we expect it to do? We want it to complete. Oh, right, it completes because it gets past that, but we expect false. And then we don't really care about this, right? Did I screw that up? Did it not? Did I not build that? That's weird. Now it's passing. Okay, I guess I just didn't run it again. Not finish. I would limit it to languages I can read. So I can read a little bit of Spanish and a little bit of French, and that's about it. And English, of course. So like if I wanted to practice my Spanish and someone came in and was willing and wanted to type Spanish, I might open that up just to practice reading Spanish. But then I'd be committing to like reading everything that they write, which could be a problem, right? If they start typing a lot. And I'm not so good yet to keep up with all of chat. All right. Okay, we're good. We're good. We have hello. Hello. So we're ready to keep going with the rest of the protocol, I guess. So the rest of the protocol, I should really look this up. I think we should be looking at these numbers because these are status codes. And let's see what it says. Interesting, they're talking about timeouts. Okay, it's initiated when a client opens the connection. It may include identification. So this is optional information in the greeting. So there's always a greeting reply. May be given initial connection opening message instead of, so we might get a 554 instead of a 220. That's nice that it still should wait for a quit. That's polite. It's like answering the door and telling the solicitor, I don't want to talk to solicitors, and just standing there waiting for them to leave politely before closing the door. See, protocols used to be a lot more polite in the past. Like if someone were to write this protocol today, they'd probably say a server can, you know, if a server doesn't want to talk to the client, they can just say go to hell, close the connection right away. Because the client would figure out that, yeah, the server didn't want to talk to me for some reason. Okay. So initiation. Once the server sent the greeting, okay, where does it formally describe this 220? Okay, there we go. The greeting is, there could be a dash or a space. Actually, all I really care about is if it's 220 or not, right? So let's change this to be, actually, let's just make a new test. So all the tests from this point on will be no TLS, just to keep things simple, right? And we'll just call it LO success. It's going to be a little bit redundant because it's going to be exactly the same, because I want to establish that this is one case, and then the other case would be, actually, let's reword this. This is greeting success, and then greeting failure. So what's a typical what did they say it could be? 554. So where's 554 documented? Transaction failed. No SMTP here. Okay, well, I can have fun with this. 554. Do they have an example? What is this actually? Oh, S for success, E for error. Okay, so it's one of these two are expected. But what comes after 554? I guess it's any kind of response. So let me look at the syntax for responses. Response. Commands and replies. General form of reply is a numeric completion code, usually followed by a text string. The code's used by programs, text is used for humans. Okay, so it would be the form like this. Go away, you silly person. I don't know why that makes me laugh. So what should I receive back? What do I expect to happen for a success, actually? That to be sent, and also, I think from the user's perspective, we expect something, right? So... Go away, you silly person. Exactly. Playing with scissors will speak Spanish to me. My kids are supposed to be learning it. They're only learning it because they have to. They're in school. Okay, so yeah, what do I want in terms of interface? So we have enable TLS, and we have connect, which returns a promise, a future. It uses a promise, returns a future. And after it's complete, I guess what do we want to know? I think I'll just have it okay, that means that this is a little bit different. You know, maybe I don't need these tests because they're redundant, and maybe I'll delete them. Yeah. So we'll have the greeting. After we establish the connection. Right. Well, I think what I'll do is I'll say auto. I think what I want to do is I want to break the sequence up into the stages that happen here. Because some of them are one time only. So there's the connect, and then I guess this is the handle the greeting. No, that's really the greeting, right? Or do I not care that that happens? Maybe I just want to have a future that's set on failure. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll do it this way. Failure occurred. This client dot to get a future. So what would it be termed? Learning languages sucks. You would not know English if it was not for video games. Hello, Nam to 94. I'm just trying to figure out now what kind of interface I want for my SMTP client. So right now I have enable TLS and connect. So after connect, I want something like this again. It's asynchronous because we don't know when it'll be called. And it'll be a Boolean whether or not this is, so it'll be, I was thinking failure, but that's not a nice word. It's something that I'm getting back a future that will be set if, actually I guess there's no value. It's set if there's a failure during the connection. It's like maybe set on failure or get failure future. Okay, I'll just use that for now. So that'll be something like failure occurred is client get failure future. And then we just assert down here. Actually, this doesn't need to be an assert. Expect is fine. We can expect equal to standard future status. Actually, let's say it's not equal. Not equal to ready. For failure occurred, wait. So there's a trick. You can't just poll a future, but you can do a wait for 0. Which I just use seconds, 0. So it's not so easy to read. Maybe I should make a helper for this to make it easier to read. Yeah, let's do that. I'm into making helper functions. Let's make one. We can make it a free function even. So it will be a bool. Future ready. And then it is future. Well, actually, this can be a template. Template type name t. Bool future ready future t. Reference. What do we call it? Just future. And then I'll just paste that in there, and I just return that equals. Actually, let's turn this around. So this is making this clumsy to read thing into something that's easier to read. So I can just say expect true, future ready. Actually, it's false, isn't it? Right. And then we'll do the same thing for get greeting failure. So greeting failure, it's expect the opposite. Actually, we won't send anything back. We just expect true. Right? Now I have that declared but not defined, so I need to add that to here. I put it down here. I didn't even document it. Silly me. Return a future that is set if the exchange, if any exchange with the SMTP server fails. And then it is returned. All right. Documentation complete. So implementation. Connect is down here. How do I want to do this? Do I want to make it nice so you can call it more than once? Basically you can't set a promise more than once, and you can't share a future, right? What are those rules again? You can't share a future? Let me see. Future is relatively new to me. That's a funny statement to say, by the way. The future is always new. IntelliSense is really screwed up. Yeah, you feel my pain, huh? It's just IntelliSense, I guess, is a hard thing to make work all the time. Okay, you can have a shared future. Is it a promise that you can't share implicitly? Future is 100% new. Yeah, it's 100% new to everybody. Oh, but I remember what the rule is now. With a promise, you can call get future, but it says you can only call it once. An exception is thrown if get future has already been called. So if I want to allow this to be called multiple times, I want to make a new promise every time. So it makes sense to me to have just a list. So let's make a list. And to protect the list, I need to have a mutex. So we need mutex, and we already have future. Okay. And we can release it. Actually, we can. I don't need a mutex. We can just make one and return its future, right? When the promise is destroyed, it doesn't destroy the. Oh no, I need to keep it around. I need to keep it around, but only until it fails. That's right. So mutex, and then I need some kind of structure. It can be a vector. It's fine. So I'll have a mutex. I'll say, oops. This is used to protect the other properties of this structure when accessed simultaneously by multiple threads. And really I should put that up front. Right, and then it can go anywhere. Let's put it down here. Vector of shared pointers. Do I need to make a vector of shared pointers? I can just make a vector of promises. I think I just make a vector of promises. So failure promises, right? And we'll just set them all if failure occurs. So this holds any promises made to notify, to publish any failure event. Okay, that's what we'll do. You wrote a unit test that was supposed to fail and it didn't? That happens to me too. That's just a different kind of event that can happen during the development cycle. It just forces you to go back and find the bug in your unit test. Or it could be a bug in the code, depending on where you are in the cycle, right? If you just wrote the test and it was supposed to fail at first and it didn't, it could be either the bug in the test or a bug in the code. The bug in the code could be that you had the feature in there and you didn't expect it to be there. Manually test the tests. That's called the development cycle. Hey there, Isley. Okay. Maybe since these are the only things that I haven't documented, I'll go ahead and do that. This method, we're using imperative tense or whatever here, right? Handle the receipt of raw bytes from the underlying transport or a transport layer message. This holds the raw bytes received from the transport layer, and that's all we need to say. And then broken is a little bit different, and here I'm going to have to set the futures, right? The promises. Set the futures of the failure promises. Handle the receipt of, well, handle the publishing of the event that the underlying transport layer was closed. And this one has graceful. This indicates what, hold on, misspelling. Misspellings everywhere. Indicates whether or not the connection was closed gracefully. Let's not use the word gracefully. The connection was closed with, what does it literally mean? It means that a connection wasn't reset. So what is that called? Connection was closed without being reset by the peer? Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna, well, hold on. Let's set up the helper I want called on failure. And we'll say handle a failure in communication with the SMTP server, and then we'll just call it from here. On failure. And then this on failure is going to get a inside of a separate scope. Actually, let's make another handler for that. So this one will return another vector. Let's make a type for that. Using failure promises equals that. And then I can use that type down here. And then I can make a method that returns it. Sample or swap out failure promises. Take the current failure promises and return them, placing an empty collection in its place. The failure promises that were previously registered are returned. And the description describes the side effect. Okay, here's the only place I need to do this lock guard. Decal type mutex lock mutex, and then I say failure promises empty promises. Actually, no, it's not empty promises. Let's say promises returned. And then we say swap failure promises. Return promises return. There we go. So while holding a lock, you swap out the collection with an empty one and return the full one. So that on failure, I can just get out promises is equal to swap out failure promises, and then I can say for auto promise and promises, auto future equals promise get future, and future set value. No, I don't call get future. I call set value. There we go. And so this calls on failure. On failure swaps out the promises and sets all their values. And then that leaves this last one that I haven't implemented yet. Get failure future will hit that same lock guard, right? Yeah, I've had no idea what's going on, but you find C++ to be a lot more interesting than some of the simpler languages? Yeah, there's a lot more fancy looking syntax because of how old the language is and how things like futures and promises and async were added to the language after the language was designed. So, you know, weird syntax like this to do a function object, like a lambda expression, it's because of the way the syntax was designed originally, and these were added without breaking the syntax too badly. Thanks for the follow, Silverlight. 1042. You attended a C++ course in college and it was way different from what you're seeing. It was probably because it was C++ 98. This is modern C++, so a lot of these things are added to the standard library, and this lambda expression syntax is new to modern C++, so you probably didn't see that before. Thanks for the follow. Seriously, the last time? Is this seriously the last time you're going to follow? No! Okay, we're going to get the mutex. We're going to make a new promise. So that's essentially what? Pushing back. So impl failure promises, push back. I guess we can do in place back. And push back is fine. Push back failure promise. It's an impl failure promise. Right, and then we can just, does that not work correctly the way I think it is? Where is failure promise? Where did I declare that? Oh, I didn't. It's just that. It's the internal one. So we can just do this. And then auto reference new failure promise equals that back, and then return new failure promise get future. There we go. So that'll add on a new promise, get its future, and return it. It's become more ugly. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Stunnity Games. I don't know if it beats. It can be written well and written poorly. What I'm trying to do today, I didn't do it very well there, but up here I tried to break things up into multiple steps to make it easier to read. So if the connection's broken, we call on failure. On failure, it gets the promises and then sets all their values on them. And then that swap out is, again, broken up into another function to make it more readable. And so if you kind of get how promise and future work, then it's easier to read it. Otherwise, it might be difficult. Beholder is one of the first words you learned in English, really? Don't know how to say that. Let's see. I don't know what the second word is, but tenemos is can we. Are you saying can we use Spanish here? Not yet. I need to allow that. Right now we're asking people to use English only, please. Thank you. It was from a game. Okay. So yeah, not everyone here understands Spanish, unfortunately. My kids are learning it. I think it would be good practice for me to read it, but I might get too distracted right now. Okay, so this is set up so that the test will use it, right? So let's just see. I don't think this works yet because we're not interpreting that message. But everything should build, so I should be able to run it. Okay. So let's connect that last piece. The last piece will be when we first connect, rather than blindly sending that. So we need to remember where we are in the process. So I'm just going to introduce right now I forgot to document this. I'm going to introduce an enum that we're going to use for connection state or protocol state. This is used to keep track of where in the protocol, where in the protocol steps the client is currently at. Well, how do we phrase this correctly? Where the client is? How about keep track of the progression of the SMTP protocol? That I like that better. So enum class protocol stage. Yeah. So one will be greeting. And what's the next step after greeting? I guess it is options. And then after that, yeah, how does the client know when to send that? Does it wait until there's a short delay and it stops sending these 250s? I don't know. Anyway, I'll read about that in a minute. I guess this next stage would be sending or declaring sender, declaring recipient, and then sending data. And do we need a special state for quitting? I don't think it matters. I think we just hang up on them. 250 help? Yeah, I don't know what that is. I guess we can look it up. Help! This command causes the server to send help. So it's basically the server, I think with 250, is telling you that you can ask for help if you want. So maybe it's 250. That's requested action completed. How do we know when we can proceed? Sending EHLO. So there's a 250 OK. But that example didn't have 250 OK, did it? Oh, multi-line reply. Oh, a hyphen for all but the last line. So that's the trick. So I probably just didn't notice that, right? That was in D1. Ah, yeah, see? They all have a hyphen except for the last one. That's our cue that we're done. And then we would go into the next state, which would be the declaring sender. And then this OK, it goes into the next state. Either that, yeah. It goes into that state, and then that response to receipt 2, either we stay in that state because we have more recipients, or we go into sending data, which we send that. Actually, it looks like it's 2 stages. So requesting to send data, and then sending. I guess we send the data. I guess send data is when we're setting that, and when we get that reply, then we both transition to the next state and we send our data, right? So I guess I can just call it sending data. Oops. Okay. So protocol stage. Let's track where we are. Stage. Let's keep it simple, right? No, let's use the full name. Thank you for the follow, Insomnia. Protocol stage. So we start in greeting. This tracks the progress of the communication with the SMTP server. Okay, so now we're getting into it, right? Because, oh, thanks for the follow. Yayup13. Because, okay, this receipt, really, what we do in this receipt depends on what stage we're in. Oh, also, we need to convert from the raw bytes to the lines. Let me steal the code I had in the test framework that did that. That was here, right? This stuff. Let me steal that. I'll make this into a helper. Let's make another helper, okay? Let's put it here. Void. Assemble lines recede. Paste the code and we'll fix it up. The font is Fira code, yeah. I turned on the custom ligatures too because I kind of liked it, but you don't have to. You can turn it off. The custom ligatures do interesting things like combines those two equals, makes it not the mathematical not equals instead of what is that symbol again? Bang. That's not the right name, but you know what I mean. Is 16 years old too old for learning programming? I would almost say that's too young for a lot of people. It's not too old. Definitely not too old. Too old? What was it? That Adam13531 said this once. Too old for programming would be when you can no longer remember stuff. So like if you're like a really old person. So you could be 60 years old, and if you still have a pretty good memory and good energy, you could still learn programming. Flip side, too young. The bound I would put on too young would be probably 5 or 6. Don't expect your 3-year-old to be able to program. But 5 or 6, you should be able to do stuff. Lunchtime, okay, see you later, playing with scissors. Is playing with skizzers. Enjoy your lunch. Lot of legacy developers started really young. Yeah, I started young, but I know people who didn't program until they were 30, 35, so it's fine. You're not too old. Okay, let me break this. Actually, I don't need these. Data recede, we need to have a copy of that because we need to hold on to that. And let's copy this at the same time. So we're going to put the lines, we're going to at least put the data we received there. Holds any data received from the server. Before that data is chopped up into lines, and then we'll put in here. Because we're going to return that, right? Actually, I'm going to specifically return that. And then, oh, it needs to be given the data. Forgot about that. Okay, it's called message here. We'll turn it into data here. Because we can. Then this pushes the data into the vector so that we can search the vector for... This is a little bit complicated, but this is how we search a vector for first the carriage return, and if we find it and it's followed by a new line, then we found a line we can break up. Otherwise, we can stop searching, right? And then at the end, we are going to return all the lines that we got. Return the lines received. I think that will work out. Let's just document that. Append the given data to the reassembly buffer. And, oh, thanks for the follow. 3009 SASL. Don't know if that's what you want it to be pronounced, but sorry if I mangled your name. And, okay, append the given data to the reassembly buffer. Extract any completed lines of text and return them. And return the completed lines of text. Can I say that in one way without repeating it? Then extract and return any completed line. Oops. Any completed lines of text. There we go. Param input data. This is the sequence of raw bytes received from the server. Return a collection of completed lines of text reassembled from the data received now and or previously. Actually, and let's just say and. Received now and previously is returned. Okay. Assemble lines received, so we can just call that here. We can say const auto lines is that message. Okay, and now it really depends on the state that we're in, right? So we don't have a whole lot of states, so I'm going to keep it simple. I'll probably regret this, but that's fine. So we'll switch on the protocol stage. Case protocol stage greeting. Let's say if we're in some kind of unknown state, we are just going to return. We don't care. Okay, here's where I'm going to move this code. I'm just going to do this now to make sure nothing broke. So it will only respond with hello once it's gotten a full line of text, right? Actually, no, it's going to do that anyway. Really should only do this if line... Actually, we should return early if we don't get a whole line, right? If line's empty, return. Hello, human or bot, Tessel RX. Greetings. What's your strategy for separating library code? I have a couple different elements of a strategy. I guess I don't have a name for the whole strategy. But here are the different elements. So I do break up libraries into different little sub-projects. So SMTP is its own little thing. And it's a self-contained Git repository and all that. And for version control, I have my own tool called Mugget, which it's kind of like the Android repo tool. So, for example, I haven't added it yet, but I did this yesterday for SASL. Every component is in its own little Git repository, and it's described in an XML file that my Mugget tool uses to clone them to begin with, and also if you ask the command to go and see if there are any changes that haven't been pushed, it'll go and do that. So that's the version control. On the build side, It's somewhat similar. There's a top-level CMake list, then I do add directory for all subdirectories, and each of these being in its own Git repository are collected here. They're only added if we are the top level, right? If my project itself is a subcomponent of another project, these aren't run. Someone else does it, and we only add subdirectories that are directly in our repository if we're not the parent directory, if we're not the top level directory. So there's a little bit of different variations here, but right now it is the top level directory, so all these get added, whether they're in a sub repository like these are, or if they're in the main repository. Actually, this shouldn't be here. That doesn't go here. That goes up here. Fix that while I'm at it. So that's basically how I split things up there. Each a Git repository and a library. So like if you go into SMTP's CMake list, we end up only really making one library, one add library here. And sort of alongside every library, I try to make a test. So the test will have its own executable, which is marked as a test by doing add test. And so I've kind of grown accustomed to that pattern, and that allows me for every library becoming a target, the target linked libraries pulls in all of our dependencies, which is really nice. All right, so that built, right? And how are we running wise? Still not done. Oh no, that's greeting failure. All right, it doesn't respond to the failure correctly. Yeah. I closed all my windows by accident. Okay, yeah, so rather than blindly returning that, we have to look at the code from the message, right? So first off, can we actually up here just declare a failure if something doesn't start with a 3-digit code? I think we can. So we can say, we can scan through all the lines. So for const auto line and lines. Oh, you're welcome, void.conf Bill. Saving library specific states such as greeting auth from to data only makes sense for sending commands and other internal stage. Yeah, so it's because this is going to be called iteratively, and so between calls we have to remember what state we're in, and also I'm going to have to record anything the server tells us we might want to know, like this doesn't show it, but the extension for SMTP that does authorization does. So here's the example. When we say hello, they might say, oh, here are the authentication techniques we support. I'll need to store that so that down here we can pick one that we know of that matches, right? So, yeah. So I'm going to do a really quick checkup here. If line length is less than 3, and then let's also try to parse it as an integer. So just an int code. Or, and I'm going to cheat and use standard IO. scanf line cstring as a %d code is not equal to 1. So if either of those happens, then it's a failure. And we return early, right? You know what we should also do? If we receive more data and we've already failed, we should probably just actually, on failure, you should just disconnect, shouldn't it? Yeah, let's disconnect if this happens. So, server connection, close. And do we want to close cleanly? I don't think it matters. When is on message received called? I'll show you. On message received is called inside of a callback, which I call a delegate, which is given to the asynchronous task, which it's like a worker thread called processing or process. So this class I made called network connection has a worker thread called the processor that you start by calling process, And one of the two things that the worker thread can call you back on is if it receives data or if the connection is broken. So if it receives data from the underlying socket, it'll call this function, which will recover our reference to our implementation structure and then use it to call that on message received. So there's asynchronous worker threads happening, so it's not obvious how it gets called. You just have to kind of take it on faith that when you tell the connection to start processing, it'll call you back whenever data is received. All right, that is an IntelliSense bug because the compiler is happy already. Okay. Yeah, so everything is passed here, so really we should just see. So we have at least one line, and the line has a valid code. Shouldn't I just parse the codes out? Yeah, let's do that. Let's take advantage of the fact we can do that. So let's make a parsed message. Parsed messages. And I'll make this a little type that we can declare up here. Int code and string text. You know what I should also do is comment each of these states, these stages. Let's do that. So in this stage, the client is waiting for the server greeting. Okay, and in options, the stage the client is waiting for the server to finish providing all the options it supports. You create a thread per task or a thread for each type of task. Right now, the process, where is it? Here, we'll dig down into what process does. Oh, that goes through a virtual interface class, so I need to actually show the implementation. So for Windows, process is going to make a bunch of events and then end up calling, making a new thread. And that thread, so it's making a new thread every time, and that thread just calls a processor function. And that just has a big loop where it's sending, receiving, and handling disconnections. So one of the things it does is, where is it? It will try to call receive. So this is in WinSock and in BSD sockets, this is the function to call, especially if it is a non-blocking socket, to try to receive data. And if you do not get an error and the amount received is a positive number, then you've got something. And then here's where I call that delegate that we were talking about before. And if it is an error, two general things that could be wrong. It could be that there's just no data to receive and it's a non-blocking call, which you get a special error. It would block. So you just say, okay, wait is true so that we don't try to receive again until we're notified that more data has arrived. And I think I use a WS event select for that, so that I don't have to poll. So it does an initial poll, and then if it would block, it would go to sleep waiting for that event. Anyway, the second kind of error you can get is like if the connection is closed abruptly, and there we close our end. You could also, there's another way, if it returns not a sock error, but the amount received is negative. No, if it's 0, so if receive says it wouldn't block, but the amount of data received is 0, then it's actually a graceful close indication. So anyway, this is how it's done in Windows. It's all done in a worker thread when in the Windows implementation, but I do make it implementation specific. So if there's like Orange OS or something, I'm just making up a name, and in their OS they handle the callbacks, then I wouldn't make a thread. I would just let the OS do the asynchronous stuff for me. I don't know why I had a breakpoint there. Anyway, is it possible I can answer a question or two on C++? Sure. Do I have a job for you? Not right now, but maybe check back in a year. If my game is successful, I might have a job for you. Right now, I'm a solo dev who is not making any money because I need to actually make something that I can monetize first. So because I'm not getting any money, I have no money to pay you with. So I only have a job for you if you don't need to be paid, which is probably not the case. On send line, spawn new thread, gain socket mutex, send sync. Let me see if I got that right. it's not that we spawn a thread on sending a line. We spawn a thread when when the connection gets established, right? So we connect. If the connection failed, then we set up these callbacks and we tell it to process. At that point, it's asynchronous if we receive data. If we want to send, we just call another method called send. But we only spawn the thread once when we first are successfully connected. So in that processor, I do have a mutex that I use to prevent multiple threads accessing the same queues. There's like an output queue, and the main thread could write to it, and so could the thread could read from it. And I don't use the lockless data structures yet, so I have a mutex, yeah. So the send and receive it's in non-blocking, and it's WinSock code. Yeah, and if we get data back from the receive, then it is we call the callback. But it's you might have seen there. I do something really weird. When I call a delegate, I first release our lock, and that's something that I learned the hard way. You can have really weird deadlocks if you hold on to a mutex and then call a callback, because you don't know what that callback's going to do. It might call you back in a cycle, and you might then try to grab your own mutex recursively, or what's worse is you might block waiting for someone else, and that someone else is already waiting on this mutex, so you can get deadlocked. So I made it a principle I try to follow where if I'm going to call a delegate, unless I know exactly all the many ways it could be called in what context, I always release any mutex, call it, and then relock it again when it gets back. This is how I avoid mutex hell, is by just making a principle. Before calling a delegate, release all locks. So that might mean that you might need to sample the delegate. If you allow the delegate to be changed, you have to make a copy of the delegate, unlock, call the copy only, get your lock again. Because every time you unlock a mutex, anything could happen. Your class could be destroyed, right? So one way to prevent the class from being destroyed is this whole thing, I believe, holds a reference to itself at some point, so it doesn't get destroyed. Anyway, there's it can get really crazy if you're not careful. Lucida Bro, how's it going? Let's see. They not answer something. Have I heard that OOP is bad and you should do everything with functional programming? I was talking about this earlier. I think in school, teachers and schools in general teach OOP a little bit too much. Object-oriented programming is not the best way of programming, in my opinion. I think what's better is either functional or component-oriented programming. Concurrency is bad and you should just make better algorithm. That's just one opinion. It could be bad. Anything can be abused. So you could have an algorithm that's bad. You could have functional programming that's bad. Bad is a very loose, open term. Can mean a lot of different things. Hard to read, hard to test, hard to find bugs in. Is it a sentinel is evaluated to true or false every time a statement is encountered in a code? Which sentinel are we talking about? A mutex? If it's a mutex, then no, it's not a sentinel. It's an object that prevents two threads from going into it at the same time. Oh, sentinel while loop. Like what I had in processor. I don't use the word sentinel a lot. Trying to remember what people usually call a sentinel. I don't hardly ever use that word. I thought a sentinel was like a signal that you use to mark something. Let's look up sentinel. Programming. What's the generally accepted term? A flag, special value in the context element uses precedence as a condition of, okay, yeah. That's what I thought. So it's like a signal or a flag that you set to mark when something should happen. So the closest I could say, like wait is one of my sentinels, right? When it's set to true, it goes into this block and peer closes another sentinel. If it's false, we go into that block. Otherwise, we don't. So yeah. Sentinel, another word for flag. Yeah, I have a bunch of those. All right, I was in processing the message, right? And right, I wanted to make I was in the middle of documenting this, actually. Yeah, I forgot to finish this. In this stage, the client is waiting for the server to accept the sender address. And this client is waiting for the server to accept the recipient addresses. Could be more than one. In this stage, the client is waiting for their server to give the go-ahead to receive. Go-ahead is 2 words, right? To receive the message headers and body. A while loop that runs a predetermined times is controlled by a counter, usually. Like, I don't use counters a whole lot. You mean like this? The traditional for int I equals 0, I is less than 10. So there is a control, and it is this loop variable, and the condition governs how many times you loop, but yeah. I usually don't use those. I usually use these for eaches, which basically is, it's saying this is a plural. Like the plural implies it's a collection of things, and the colon form of the for is it just says a loop the same number of times as there are elements in that collection, and each time give you one of the elements. And that and sign is important. That means you don't make a copy of each element while you're looping. Thanks for the follow, Blue Flag. Blue Flag. A while loop that's controlled by the user ends with a what value? Are we doing homework? Is that what we're doing? I'll give you one more answer, but then I think you might want to look this stuff up. So I'm okay giving you answers a few of these questions, but I don't want to keep going. I'll just give you one more answer. A loop value, while loop is controlled by the user ends with the what value? I don't know. A while loop that is controlled by the user ends with a what value? I actually don't know what that means. See, here's the problem with just giving you answers to homework. You are going to get screwed later because when it comes time for you to take the test, I won't be there to give you the answers, and you'll realize, oh crap, I don't know how to pass this test. Right? So it's really better for you to me to guide you to where or how to look the stuff up so that you can learn it and internally hold on to it in your brain so that you can pass your test later. Wouldn't that be better? So yeah, I'd rather if you have trouble looking something up, I'll help you look it up. But yeah, I'm not going to keep going giving you answers because that's really not in your best interest, right? Okay. Greeting. Oh, no, I was still working on this. I keep getting distracted. I documented all that. Now I'm documenting this. This is used to hold onto the pieces a disassembled message received from the SMTP server, an SMTP server. TP. This is the 3-digit code provided by the server that gives a program a general indication of the server protocol status, right? And whereas this down here, this text, this is a human readable. I'm having one of those moments where I'm not sure how to spell something. You know what you have to do in that situation? You just got to look it up in the dictionary. Yep. Just one of those moments. This is a human readable string provided with the message that can be delivered to the user to explain what's going on. All right. So parsed message. You're a noob hacker. I hope you're not really a troll. You're the troll man, though. What's up, the troll man? Why are you unhappy about being a noob hacker? Okay, so here we're breaking up the lines. I should probably make a helper to do this, shouldn't I? Let's do that. Another helper. Be more proactive in breaking up my code. So this one is... I'll get the type in a moment. So it is disassemble. Disassemble messages received. Put it there. Okay, this is the type I want to return. Hold on. Wait a minute. No. I want to make that an output argument. And I will use a boolean to handle this case. So that is false. True. Okay, we need the lines though. So that is same thing this returns. That's const, that's lines. There we go. And then this goes away. All right. Break up the given lines of text received from the SMTP server. And detect if there is any problem. Okay, so the input lines. These are the... If you find a job, please give me. Well, hold on, I missed the messages. To become a pro hack, one must master backend Node.js. I suppose that's true if the pro hacker position you're looking for requires you to know Node.js. That doesn't usually work to just ask for a job. It's called a job interview for a reason. We would have to talk to you and see if you're right for the job, or if the job is right for you. These are the lines of text received from the SMTP server. Define hacker, as in do you do presenting open source PRs or what? I don't know if you're asking for someone in specific to define it or just to define the term in general. I've always thought a hacker, that is the, there's a positive and a negative connotation to that, right? A positive connotation would be is just someone that's really adept at using computers. Negative would be someone who is breaking into computer systems and doing illegal things, right? Oh, for the troll man, I see. Sorry. Okay, this is where to store the disassembled messages. Hey there, Tropical Banana Man. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? I'm doing the nitty-gritty details of talking to an email server. An indication of whether or not a problem was detected is returned. If a problem was detected, let's make this a note, actually. If a problem was detected, a failure event will be published and the connection to the server closed. Okay, so then that becomes what I do here. So this can be an auto. Actually, it can be a const auto. Equals disassemble the lines. Actually, it's the other way around, isn't it? Okay. Need the type there because we declare it and then we gotta call it, right? Lines parsed messages, and then if it returns false, we're just returning it right away. So then this is done for us, and then here I can just loop through them, right? For const auto parsed message and parsed messages. If parsed message code is 220, then we do this. All right. Otherwise, it's on failure, and then we return. There we go. Now it's... I finally got to the protocol stuff. Let's try it out. It doesn't work. I broke the generating greeting success too. Okay, what did I do wrong? Let's see what happens when we get to here in this success case. Had your first interview today and it was insanely nervous. All went well the first time. Oh, congratulations. You're doing your thesis for that company. That's interesting. That's cool. Bachelor thesis? You have to do a thesis as a bachelor? I thought that's usually only master's degrees need a thesis. Interesting. Well, congratulations. Yeah, everyone's always nervous on their interviews. To tell you the truth, even interviewers can be nervous. I was always the nervous interviewer when I had to do it. Okay. Problem is that the lines were not parsed correctly. I screwed it up somehow. Okay, so let's debug, parse, disassemble parsed lines. Oh, I didn't do anything with the line. What the hell? Okay. Actually, you know what? There's something else I wanted to put in the parsed message. There was the continue. What do they call it? They call it a hyphen. I think. No. What did they call it? A dash? No, I'm in the wrong one, that's why. Hyphen. All but the last line. So there's a concept of a last line. Okay, so last is a Boolean then here. Let's also initialize this while we're at it. This indicates whether or not the server indicated that this is the last line it will send in the current protocol stage. There we go. All right, so I didn't finish writing the disassembly, did I? Hyphen dash or tack? I never heard tack before. The key to interviewing is asserting your dominance on the one interviewing. That's probably why I would get nervous, because I'm not a really domineering person. From the perspective of someone who's interviewing, sure, that sounds like great advice. As an interviewer, that sounds scary. We ended up talking for way over the scheduled time. That could be good. It's hard to interpret. So it could be that the interviewer just isn't as well time organized. You wouldn't waste your time with someone. Yeah, I wouldn't celebrate too early. But that's just because I try not to set my expectations too high. I'd rather be pleasantly surprised by them saying, yeah, we want to hire you. Rather than being horribly disappointed to find out that they didn't really want you. Hey there, Captain Stupid. I noticed you removed a underscore from your name. That was last month? Was it too confusing having 2 underscores in your name? Why my own library? Geodocs? That's a great question. That's one of the things that makes my stream unique, I think. I like to make stuff from scratch. So if you look at my notes, which you can find here, I have written my own web stuff. I did URI, I did UTF-8, I did web server, I did JSON, I did WebSockets, I did my own, where was it? My own chat room, which I quickly abandoned because I switched to Twitch instead. I did HTTP client side, I did Twitch message interface to make my own bot, I did hash functions, I did AWS signing. So I just enjoy doing stuff from scratch. I like to learn things all the way down to the core, and the best way I found is to just try to do it myself. And it takes longer, but I feel like I get a better understanding of things, and I have fun, so that's just something I do. Also, maybe it helps some of you guys out to see how things work at the very low level. Like if you've ever looked at one of these internet specifications and wondered like how someone would actually implement something that follows it. That's what I'm trying to do. Right, here's our typical SMTP, so I'm writing the code that receives and parses that and then sends these things back. This is just something I do, and what I'm trying to build out of this and hopefully make a living later is I'm trying to make a multiplayer RPG out of the different pieces I'm making. So yeah, okay, so this disassemble message received, I didn't complete this, right? So if we get a code, actually you know what it is we need to at least have 4 characters, right? Then if we have a code, actually I don't need to have this, right? We can just have parsed message. Next parsed, we'll just have parse message singular. And parse message.code is where we're storing the code, right? And then we can say parse message.last is if the next, actually we'll do a switch on the next character. So that's line 3. If it's a hyphen, then last is true. Actually, let's make this a block. And I don't need to do this. I guess I don't need to do this, but there are really 3 cases, right? The default case is there's something wrong. There's an illegal character there. It could be a space and the last is false, right? And then the remnant of the line goes into the text. So text is line.substring, and we're going to start at 4, and we don't want the whole line. We want line length not -4 but -6 because we know it ends in a character turn line feed. And then we're going to push it onto the list. Let's push back, and it can take over the parse message so we don't have to make a copy. There we go. Oh, that was one note. Yep. I needed to have a name, or I wanted to have a name that represents my streaming, so I just called it Excalibur, but that was just to have a name for GitHub. So when I started way back in June last year, I made everything open source, and so you can still find that in my GitHub. It's Excalibur. And this was the first program stream I did. I was dumb. I didn't archive it. So starting at stream 1 wasn't recorded, but yeah, Excalibur is just some kind of inspirational name. I picked at random for the effort. So for the game, I picked Omnia Reigna, which is Latin for all realms. And so I might drop that name Excalibur and go to Omnia Reigna at some point, but right now it's just because I had to have some name to start with. But yeah, all these notes are public. I like to try to make a plan for every single day, and I have a record of what I worked on and what notes people gave me. So use Microsoft's scanf. The problem is that when I want this code to run on Mac or Linux or Android, I won't have scanfs. So I tend to use just standard libraries and libraries I write because then it's more portable. I tend to avoid things that are like Microsoft specific because then I'd have trouble running it on other OSs. Okay, why did I move away from here? I wanted to... Oh, no, I'm ready to test, aren't I? Test. Yay! How come that took a second, though? Some timeout happened there. Let me fix that. Probably in the test. It probably waited for something that never happened. Yeah, we don't need to do that. Actually, we do want to wait for this, though. Let's make a derivative of this called await future ready. And we'll give it a timeout here. Actually, no, let's just hard code it. So future, so it's a derivative of this. Actually, you know what I can do? I can use future ready and have an optional timeout, right? like that, and then I can just do this. Yeah, that's what I'll do. So here I will just, I need to make it optional though, right? Equals standard chrono milliseconds 0. Okay, and then use non-default here. There we go. Oh, I was going to remove this one that doesn't, we're not going to get a message back from the client, are we? Well, Microsoft can move away from the standard stuff and try to force safer versions, but it's never going to work because there are people like me who just insist on using standards and keeping things portable. The worst case is that, sure, they just stop support for the standard library. You know what I do then? I just pick up Boost or something, which will bring back the standard stuff for me. So yeah. POSIX deprecated stuff? Yeah, that happens sometimes. It's what's interesting, like Microsoft will mark stuff deprecated, but it'll still be there years and years from now, because so many people use it. It's not enough to say we deprecate something. If you have 1 million people still using it, you can say it's deprecated all you want, but it'll still be around. Otherwise, you get a lot of upset developers. All right, so now we're succeeding, and it's not timing out. That's great. Let's move on to the next step, right? So the next step is what? The options, right? So let's just copy exactly from the standard. We'll have these that we're gonna, I guess we'll have the same kind of thing, right? A success and a failure. We'll call them options. Okay. Send that, await a message, and then send the next one. Okay, this await I don't care about. Stop forcing people to use WDF early in 2000s. People still use it? Yeah. See, if something gets deprecated and people are okay moving to the new thing, then you can drop the support. The problem is when a company or organization tries to deprecate something and the users say, no, why? We like what we have. Then it persists in one way or another. WinRT? Yeah, right. Right. I shouldn't have done that because I actually want that down here and void this one, right? Okay, so we're going to send these messages down here, right? So send this one. Let's break it up into, yeah. Can I fit that all in one line? That'd be nice, because then I could have all 5 lines. 8-bit mime, sounds good to me. Size. So these are all providing the client with what options it can use. Right. So what I want to do, sort of, is, like, although it'll cause a timeout, I kind of want to have an expect here. True. That returns, well, what is await messages? It returns the messages, right? Empty. And didn't await message have a hard-coded timeout? Let's make the timeout not hard-coded. This thing is what we'll do. And the default will be a second, because I used it there. And so we need to put that there. Okay, yeah. So here I'll give us a shorter. Well, don't want to get ridiculous, but how about 100 milliseconds?
probably fine. And expect that we don't get any messages, but we should get a message here, and it should be the next thing, which is mail from, right? Actually, no, it won't be. Hold on, let me think about this. I think what we want here is another stage where we're connected, and we'll have a promise for when the client is ready to send the next message. Windows guarantees backwards compatibility. If it was broken in version 1, you can count it to be broken in the next version. Exactly. Would you code a Visual Basic next.net? I would not. Hey there, vacuum insulated pipe. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm working on this SMTP stuff. Okay, so instead of the awaiting messages, I'm not going to do this actually. I'll keep what I just worked on, but we're not going to expect a message back to the server. Instead, we're going to have another promise. And so we'll have another promise. Message, how about message ready to be sent? Client get message ready to be sent future. And then we'll assert here false, and then here true. So keep that one. This will be a true. And then we'll use this future here and here. And then this one had a default no timeout. Let's use a timeout actually on both of them, because it's a bit asynchronous, right? But we won't wait too long here. We will wait longer here though. We'll wait a whole second. And then we don't need this stuff. Okay, and then options failure. Same kind of thing. Only we need to see how can the server respond with an error in that state. That there was like a nice lookup table for that, right? Where is that? I should just remember what section it's in this time. Here it is. 550, 502 permitted only from the old style server does not support it. So what's a 5? When would I send a 550? What's a 550? What's a 550? Should be used in response to an LO. You fixed your issue, Mr. Muffles? Nice. So you're ready to stream again, right? Hint, hint. Shout out to Mr. Muffles. He's been on hiatus, but I hear a rumor that he might be coming back to Twitch soon. He is an awesome streamer working on a game in Unity, which is a Metroidvania-style platformer. You should check out his stream when he comes back. I hear a rumor he might even have a webcam. Ooh. You're planning on streaming at 1.5 hours ago? No more reasons. No more excuses. I don't want to pressure you, but your stream is pretty cool to watch, so whenever you're ready, dude. Okay, when is rejected for these or other policy reasons? What do you think of John Blow? I have conflicted thoughts about John Blow, but I really shouldn't talk about it because it's against Twitch terms of service to discuss other streamers like that in that way. Let's just leave it at that. You guys could talk about John Blow, but I don't really want to talk about John Blow right now. No such user here. Okay, that's for receipt to. Failure. Access denied. Okay. Okay, when would a 550 be returned from LO? Oh, if it's not acceptable. The server must stay in the same state after transmitting the supplies as in before LO was received. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what these codes actually mean. Oh, here we go. So maybe that's not the right kind of code. Syntax error, command not implemented, bad sequence of commands. Okay, let's just make a policy reason. So it'll be like 550. You smell. How about go away, you smell. And that'll be the end of it. So we expect true for that. For the failure occurred, right? This down to here. Hold on. Just occurred to me, there could be a race here. Oh, okay. So yeah, I need to have this timeout for all the ones that aren't followed by an await message. Okay, this does have an await message. No, I don't want an await message. Actually, no, for that one I do. This one I don't, so there is a timeout to expect it to fail. And then after it fails, I should expect false. The message ready to be sent should stay not ready. There we go. Data-oriented programming is greater than object-oriented programming? Yeah, I would agree with that. If it makes sense. Like in an entity component system, definitely the case, I think. Based off of my experience. Data-oriented programming is similar to component-oriented programming, where you're not relying on inheritance and polymorphism as much as you are relying on the organization and quick access to the data in your program. And that could be through component decomposition, or it could just be by cleverly arranging stuff in memory to be smart with the cache. Why is it not like this? I thought I made that optional. I did. So what's the deal? Not too many parentheses, maybe? Oh, because it doesn't know what this means yet. Okay, we need to declare that. Okay. So it's another feature that we're going to return. Get message ready to be sent feature. I like features and promises. They're kind of cool. Return a feature that is set once the SMTP server, once the client and server are ready to process the next message. Well, thanks for the follow, TradeWinds06. It's all over your head. Well, to get it not over your head, I would suggest you could just look up these terms. Look up data-oriented programming, or is it data-oriented design? Look up data-oriented, look up object-oriented, and just read about it. Okay, that is returned. Things a lot of the time are over your head just because you haven't gotten accustomed to the term or read about it yet. Can you explain how to implement DNS? I actually never looked into DNS. That's one of the protocols I haven't touched yet. But the way I remember reading about it is it's really just a database. It has a database-like API. You can set entries in a table. You could ask for entries, and then most of the rest of DNS is just servers exchanging tables. So there you go. There's a very, very, very high-level explanation of DNS. It's just a database with who's the entries in their database are concerned with metadata about websites and domains. OO is bad. Need referential transparency in as many places as possible. Referential transparency. That was someone mentioned that in CM Griffin's stream last night, and I hadn't heard that term before. I don't really like to make any claims about terms I'm not comfortable with. I'll just say that, yeah, sorry, I don't really know what referential transparency is. Okay, I think we're going to do the same kind of thing, only we're going to change the names to protect the innocent. So instead of failure promise, let's just, yeah, we'll just replace this with message ready promises. And new failure promise will be new message ready promise. Okay, and then this is another set of, so it says message ready promise. Actually, I could reuse this, right? Let's rename failure promises to be event promises. There we go. And it's an event promise. And oops, I didn't mean to change that. This is message ready. This holds any promises made to publish the fact that the SMTP client and server are both ready to handle the next message. All right. Code with your heart. You know what? How I code sometimes? Compiler error driven development. Let the compiler error, and then it tells you where you need to work next. Like I could do that now. And the compiler would tell me, you got some work to do around line 157. I'm like, oh, okay. Let's do the work there. That's because I misspelled that. Compiler error driven development. That's not a compiler error. That was an IntelliSense screwing up. That's that and that. Compiler error driven development. No more compiler errors. I can't use that way of developing anymore. Oh well, got us far enough. So I can run the unit test now and see that they failed, the ones that are new. Failure actually worked. I think that's just a coincidence. So yeah, we're not ready to handle this because I haven't added the code to put it into that stage yet, which we should do, right? If we get here, we should go to the next stage. So protocol stage equals options. And then we'll have a case for that. Actually, for this default, I wonder if I should declare failure. I probably should. That'd be smart, right? That'd be a smart thing to do. On failure. Okay. I wonder if I should move this loop out. I think I will. Let's move that loop out, and then this gets indented in, and we just shift the things a little bit around. Actually, that's... no. One fewer... there. There we go. So now the switch is inside the loop. That makes more sense because we could theoretically change protocol state between two messages. Mad bong rips? Refer interpreter error development? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I would agree with it's not RSX. It's not inherently bad. It depends on the situation. Use the best tool for the job. And you can use the wrong tool. You can use object-oriented programming wrongly. You'll find out later it's basically there's a cost to everything. That's like a fact of life. You can do anything. You just have to be able to accept the cost and the, what's the word? The consequences. Do anything you want as long as you can accept the consequences. That's completely disregarding ethics, but I should probably say that put that within doing everything ethically and morally correct for you or your society, and then you can do anything you want as long as you can accept the consequences, right? All right. So I think it's the same thing. Did I have that still up? No, I don't. 220. I need to... okay, there it was. I need to remember where this is. This is in 432. So we're prepared to accept 250 and 50. So it's 250. So a similar thing to this. If it's 250, otherwise it's some kind of error, right? Yeah, all these are errors. So what do we do? And I guess we're not sending a message. We don't need to do anything yet, other than we go to the next stage. Oh, that's right. I wanted to introduce another stage. Awaiting. How about we'll call it ready to send? In this stage, the client is ready to send the next message. All right, ready to send. That's the stage we'll go to if it's the last one. And there we need to publish the fact that we're ready to send. So all the promises need to be. So I guess I want 2 more helpers. Take the current. What did I call it? Message ready promises. Swap out. Okay, this is different. I need to call this failure promises. And this is swap out message ready promises. Call that here. And this is on message ready. What's the deal here? Did I misspell it? I don't know. It's okay now. I can call that down here now, right? And what's the deal here? Oh, it's the same IntelliSense problem. Okay, let's see if this works. No, it didn't work. What did I screw up? What did I do wrong? 493, so it failed there. Oh, did I get it backwards? I think I got it backwards. It was a dash means it's not the end, not the last. Yeah, I had these flipped. That's false and that's true. But something tells me that's probably not what the problem was. Yeah, something else. I knew it. Okay. So it got past that. It's just that failed, where it should have succeeded. So let me go to here. And then put a breakpoint in here. Right here. Go. Oh, we never hit there. Why not? Interesting. Try again. Go again. Oh, there's only one line? Oh, right. Each line is individually sent. Okay. Wait a minute. What did I do wrong here? I don't know. Are the geniuses, are the people at the Genius Bar called geniuses? Because they don't necessarily need to be called geniuses, right? It's just the Genius Bar. Whether or not there are actual geniuses at the Genius Bar, that's irrespective of the name, right? Do I do Rust? No. I do not do the Rust. The best tool is always, what does N stand for? It's like, anyway, it's you're talking about assembly language, right? Assembler. Trash. MASM, Microsoft Assembler. Sounds like we have a Microsoft Assembler person. Anyway, what the heck is going on here? Why did it... I guess I can go into this. Yeah, it's asynchronous, so it's going to be an issue. Let's just go again. Actually, I bet what happened is on failure got called too early. Let me watch parsed messages. Let's watch those. So code 250. Oh, yep, we got into failure somehow. How do we declare a failure? We got to a default protocol stage. Options. Oh, I forgot a break. Silly me. You always need to have a break on your case statements. Switch cases, otherwise you fall through. Alright, let's try again. Nope. Debug again. 220, 250, another 250, another 250, another 250, then the last 250, and it failed. Why did it fail? It got broken. Why? Who broke the connection? The main thread closed the connection? Oh yeah, look, it's deleting it. Wait a second. Okay, hold on. It got too far in the test, so let's see when it gets to there. $220, $250, $250, $250, $250. That's weird. It got there too soon. Too soon, executus. Let's see that again. Why did it get down to there? I wonder if it's because I'm single stepping. And it's just let me make that a very large value. Actually, I don't need a breakpoint there. Why is it giving me a warning? Too many arguments? Oh. Was that the problem? It wasn't waiting long enough? That was probably it. It was waiting it was not waiting long enough. Let's try it again. And now it's waiting. You can tell because it took a second to run, but it's still not ready. So my breakpoints should still be up, right? Let's make that a really long delay so that it doesn't interfere with debugging, and then debug. Okay, it got to the last one. Okay, it is getting into here. So how many promises do we have? We have one promise. We set the promise. Oh, why did I do that? That's a copy paste bug. We don't want to do that. All right. Try this again. Is it waiting for the wrong promise? Oh, nice. Now it set it to 100 seconds. I can hit stop early though. Is this returning the wrong promises? I probably have a copy paste bug somewhere. No, that's correct. Oh, that's the problem. And that's not the right name for it. This should be failure promises. That goes there, and then this one down here is message ready promises. Error? More, oh, down here. No, down here. Failure promises. There we go. Now it's working. Okay, so we got the option. We're done with the options. So we're making progress. I'm already half an hour over 4 hours, but I don't need to go anywhere, so I'm going to keep working. Don't have to go anywhere for several hours. What's next? I guess we'll initiate that when the user's ready to send the mail. And I wanted to do it as one simple message that has like the from, the to, right? So it'll be message headers. Keep grinding. Can you explain the event loop? I can explain the event loop, but I'm not sure which event loop we're talking about. Do you mean the message receipt loop here? If you're talking about this, then we receive any number of bytes in this message. So first I have to assemble them into individual lines. So that's a plural vector of lines, and then I need to parse them. And then for every line, we handle the receipt based on what stage in the protocol we're in. We're either waiting for the greeting, we're reading options, or if we're not, then if we receive more data, we're in an unexpected state and we just bail. So that's essentially the event loop for the client so far. Although it only is handling, the only kind of event it's handling are incoming messages. I guess this is the other kind of event it handles, is if the connection gets broken, we'd announce failure. All right, so it's time for the next test case, I think. So let's break it up into stages. So first one will be send message. What we'll expect that to turn into is what? A mail from. So send it. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna fix the messages aren't quite right, right? So this should be mailexample.com instead of foo.com. And it is greeting, who do we say we are? alex.example.com. Whoops. There we go. Okay. All this is superfluous, right? I don't really need to say any of this. Can we just leave it at that? I think I can just leave it at that. So message is ready. I can remove the ridiculous timeout. Actually, this is exactly the same as that, so I don't really need to do a check. Okay, I just proceed on the next line. So the next thing we do is we'll ask the client. No, it's not client. It's is it client? It is client. How come? Oh, I did a bad thing. I shouldn't call this client. I should call this client server end. A client record? No. Because client means something here, and then as soon as we do that, we hide the original client. So I need to make a new name here. What if I just take that and put that here? Then I don't need that. And then I could just do that in all these other places. Yeah, I think I'll do that. Then I'm not obscuring the symbol client anymore. Okay, and then I can get to the original client like I wanted. All right, client dot. We're inventing something now, so I guess it would be called send. Send mail. That message. Send mail. Mail. So what is a mail? I had a library I made for this that I can reuse. It's called message headers. Right? So this represents the headers of a message, including email. So I already had this prepped to go. I think it's just the headers, though. It actually doesn't have the body. So we want the body separately. So mail, so headers, body. I think that's how I'll do it. So I'll make the test and the code both depend on message headers. Build CMake. Build system. Thank you. Now I can include the right header. Message headers / message headers. And message header, so it's the namespace and the class are the same. All right. Headers. And then the body will be what? Const string. What do we want to send? What are the email libraries going to be used for? In my game server, when a player forgets their password, they'll be able to say, please, I forgot my password, please send me a token, and it'll send it to them through email. Another reason I would use it is in order to verify accounts, so that if you register an account with the game server, you have to put in an email address, and until you do, you might be limited to how much of the game you can play. Like, you'd be like a guest account, and maybe you'd only be able to play for the first few zones, just to see if you want to keep playing. And if you do want to keep playing, then you'd be required to register, so that, I guess the biggest thing would be if I need to contact you if there's any, like, problems with the account, or, like, if I add monetization to the game, it's I think you need to have a way to contact you if there's any problems with the payment, that kind of thing, you know? Although I don't know too much about what I'll need it for, other than password reset and probably account verification. Why does this not like this? Is this just stale? Is it just confused by that? I think it is. Yeah, send mail. Okay, let's just define that now. Actually, yes. Define it now. So it really goes here, next in line, right? Let's make it a future that returns if it completes or not, or when it completes, and if it completes, if it succeeded or not. So send mail. So should I just have it take the message headers directly? I don't know yet, so I'll just make a copy for now. Yes. Okay, so it also will need to include the same headers. The header for the headers. Okay. Documentation time. So this is again an asynchronous operation. Asynchronously initiate the sending of an email to the SMTP through the SMTP server. Now let's put a note here. The client must be connected first. Use the connect method and wait for the returned future to be ready before attempting to call this method. All right, the headers, the body. Oops, that copy paste didn't work. These are the headers to use for the message. And this is the body of the message to send. Let's put that there. Okay. Future is returned that is set when the email has either been sent, or I guess we'll just see it's been. How do I want to word this? has either been sent or rejected by the server. Or should I just have it have a failure feature for that? No, a failure is more like a permanent failure, like we disconnect from the server. So this could be it's rejected because of, like maybe the from address is bad or something. I think it won't be permanent. We should say what the value is. The value relayed through the future indicates whether or not the email was sent successfully. Was sent successfully? Let's use the word recede. Because it might not be sent, it might just be stored locally. Alright. Send mail goes after connect. Right here. Gosh, it's already almost 5 hours. I don't know if I'll finish this today. I don't think I will. I'll probably get to the send mail stuff done, but I won't. What will I not be able to get to today? Actually, I'll probably get this whole scenario done, but I'm not testing authentication. I think that's what I'll do tomorrow. I'll integrate. So it's this stuff here. I'll do this tomorrow, and I'll try to finish, well, the basic protocol today. Yeah, integrating the authentication. Okay, I've done part of this. I've integrated TLS. I haven't integrated the authentication layer yet, so I'll probably do that tomorrow. There's a double space after the period in that comment, line 88. Line 88. Yeah, I do that. That's just a habit I got into when I learned typing. Sorry. It actually probably bothers more people than it bothers me. I'm in the habit of double spacing at the end of a full stop. Alright, so send email. So it's the same kind of a feature here. Actually, you know what we can do? We can make sure we're in the correct state. So once we get the lock, we can say if impl protocol stage is not equal to protocol stage ready to send. We can I do this? Actually, we can just make the promise right away, right? So standard promise bool email or send completion. Send completed. And let's get the future. So auto send was completed. Send completed dot get future. And then here we can just call it early. Set no, it's I don't need to do this. I just do that. I call that set value. I guess there's an exception thing. I don't like to work with C++ exceptions that much though. Okay, let's do an if else. Because I'll do it this way. Send completed promises. Push back, we're gonna move. The send was completed. And we actually have to do the sending, so but that's the subject of another test, right? What did I expect here? That no failure occurred? Actually, we should expect some more, right? Let's await a message and check it. Like this. So await a message. The message will be the receipt, right? The mail from. Expect mail from Alex at example.com. So I need to put that into the headers, right? Add header from Alex at example.com. We just say, hello world. And that's what we expected to be sent with no failure, and also this returns something, right? So send was completed. So send was completed equals that, and then we can expect that that's not ready. But we'll use that in the future. Okay, and that's all that we need to for this first stage. So I should probably break this up into stages, right? Send mail from. Okay. So, and in addition to doing, I need to store that. Actually, there's only going to be one of it, right? Yeah. Send completed. But we'll reassign it every time we'll make a new one every time we start sending him an email. So this is set when the SMTP client is finished sending an email. Okay, so that just goes in place of that. Oh no, it goes here. That equals a new promise of bool. Was it yeah. And I need to I can do that, right? That's just as a move. And then I put that in front. And I don't need to do that. And I do that. They set up an SSH server up there. Sort of. So it's using TLS. It's not a shell, but it is a... Oh, wait a minute. Are you talking about NUI? You wanted to start syncing, and it says it can't bind to a high port. Look up what's using that port, and it's an SSH connection. Oh, a high port, you mean like an ephemeral port? Like ports above like 10,000? Because anything can take those ports. Those are called ephemeral ports. Usually if you want to bind, you either bind a well-known port, which is a low port, or you bind 0, which lets the OS pick a port for you. So yeah, if you try to bind a high port explicitly, there is a possibility one of the other things you're doing, like a shell that you have open, it has it bound, just because it picked it, or the OS picked it for it. Okay, so if it's ready to send, then we do the thing, right? So the thing will be to send a message. This stuff. Actually, you know what? I should have a helper for this. Let's move this into a helper. We'll call it send. Called send message. Send message. Why not? Message. And send message calls server connection send message on the message beginning end. Yeah, why not? Send the given message to the SMTP server. This is the message to send. So then I can reduce this to send message that. I can just take that and say that. Okay, and then let's copy both lines down to here, right? So gotta put impulse in front of these things. So what we send is a mail from, and then colon, and then some string. And then that we retrieve from the from header, right? And we only want to do that if there is a from header. So how do we do this? Actually, let's just add cases here. So there are 2 cases that are required. We have to be ready to send, and the headers has to have no, it's not is valid. Has header from. There has to be a from header. And then I'm going to use my string extensions library here to do some string formatting. That's the format, and then it is headers get header value. Yes, from, and convert to a C string. And then that gets sent to the server. And then we go into the declaring sender, right? Yeah, there's no way to really reserve a port above 10,000 permanently, other than binding it early, because the OS can just pick any port up there for ephemeral connections. All right. New test. Let's see if it runs. It didn't run. Got an exception. Future already retreat. Oh, did I get the promise more than once? I did get it more than once. I don't need that. That's the problem. Yay. Okay, so it's sending the mail from. Next step is we wait until the server either tells us okay or not, right? So that implies 2 different cases, right? Say send mail from accepted and rejected, right? Let's call this one sent, and accepted. I kind of want to build these into helpers. So like there's established connection right now. I want to build off of that, I think. Where do I want to start building off of it? How about here? So instead of just establish connection, let's say establish connection followed by establish connection, prepare to send. Okay, and then that will be doing all of and I guess I don't care about TLS at this point. So that is technically all of this, right? Down to there. Hold on. So I'm going to do that. And that is equivalent to this part of it. Establish connection. So bool estab, whatever it's called, paste, unindent. I called it what? Establish connection, prepare to send. So that call does this. Assert, we'll just say if not return false. And this is return true. Should I have checks here? I probably should. If not return false. Yeah, they are similar. They are all pretty much designed in this at the same time. Why does this? Oh, await 1, so it's if that size is not equal to 1. Right. If not, return false. Okay, so I didn't document that one either. I'm not going to. I want it to be self-evident. So this one, did it use the failure occurred? No, it didn't. So I'm going to pull that, put it where I need it. I guess I can do it here, right? Oh, wait a minute. No, I need to do it at the very start. So that if it fails at any point, I'll see it. Okay. So this part kind of replaces a lot of the common setup here. So it shortens my tests a bit. There we go. So now we can just, then I can actually make another helper which starts sending the email. So let me do that too. So basically the body of this can go in another one. So bool start sending email. Start sending email. And just put that all there. Hey there, CM Griffin. I hope I'm saying your name right, but I definitely recommend you check out CM Griffin's stream. He's working on many different things, and he is very agile at reading his chat. He's really quick, and recently he was working on a golf game in JavaScript. It looked pretty cool. And he knows a lot about web stuff, so he knows more than I do. Cool, got it. Yeah, so right now I'm working on making my own SMTP client from scratch because I'm insane. No, I just like to do stuff from scratch, so I need a way to send email from my game. If you forget your password and you want a password reset token emailed to you, the server's got to be able to send an email through SMTP to you to give you a token. And I figure I like to do my own stuff from scratch, so I'm implementing SMTP from scratch. So I have the RFC up here. I have the typical SMTP transaction. It's kind of enlightening to look at it. You can see how the status codes from the server are kind of like web HTTP codes. In fact, I believe it's the same convention where the 2XX are all OKs and 5XX are like failures. Although I think they're different kinds of failures for email than they are for the web. But yeah, right now I'm making a little helper that I'm going to reuse in a bunch of tests. So these are all building off of each other. So we're establishing a connection, preparing to send, actually sending it is the equivalent of doing the previous helper with more stuff. And we return early if we have failures. Otherwise, we return success. Did I return success here? Yeah, I did. Okay. So too many parentheses here? Yeah, okay, so this does all the things needed. Okay, I need to turn these into... Actually, all I need to do is do this, right? Yes. And this we don't need to do. Okay, so start sending email is the beginning of both of these. Isn't that cool? And then the next thing that happens is the server's going to send a message, right? Okay, let's leave the failure occurred first. So that's the shell of it, and then so I need to put in, where's an example? Here we go, send text message. So the next message will be that it's accepted, right? So it's not go away you smell, it is okay, 250 okay. And what do we expect it to, we expect it to send the receipt to next if we get that. So that is this part. Receipt, recipient to, I think will we test with 2 recipients? So Bob and Carol or something like that. Bob. And that's what I expect. How come this connections? Oh, did I stashed that? Okay, I say I need to retrieve it again. There we go. And send was for completed. I also stashed. Oh, I'll just pull that out. That shouldn't be in here. Yeah, that should be pulled out and put there. Oh, no, I need to return it. So that is returned by that. Okay, so that means it has to return the future that it got from where? Oh, did I accidentally deleted it. Shoot. It's this. Where am I? Start sending email, right? So it's right here. It goes here. And then we just return that. And that is a future bool. And I think what to do if we return, if it's wrong, we're not going to return that. We'll make another promise. Promise bool. Actually, let's just do it. Well, let me think about this. Send was completed early. I think that's what I'll do. Actually, let's make that the name of the future that we get from that. Get future. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll return that and set its value. Why does it want me to do set exception? Set value. And the value will be false because it didn't get sent correctly. There we go. So it returns a different future, which I set to be false right away. So it's basically fails right away. Cool. So start sending the email. Then if the server responds okay, we should get the receipt to Bob. And the other alternative is we start the same way. Actually, let me just copy all this. Copy down to there, and this changes a little bit, right? No, let's just copy it all. So I want the same scenario, but with a different outcome. The outcome will be what? Here's where I need to look up. It was, what was section it was in? Or something? Here it is. Specific sequences for mail. Okay, so we can return any of these. So I can return the 550 that I was doing before. Go away, you smell. Because why not, right? Do whatever the heck I want in the test. And it won't send a message. Instead, we will expect true that the send was completed. And then we can call get, and then expect that that is false. But there shouldn't be it shouldn't be marked as a failure. It's just that the send completed with it couldn't be sent. Right? This failure occurred is when the server didn't do the right thing or rejected our connection in the first place. So that should work. At least the test is complete. Hey there, said who. How are you doing? From time to time, said who streams shader toy stuff. So if you're interested in graphics and GPU stuff, you should check out his stream. Yeah, I'm working on the email stuff. So I just added some more unit tests. We're going to run them. They're going to fail. Well, that's interesting. That one never stopped running. Why would that never stop running? I don't know. Probably because I never set the promise in that case. Yeah, because it's waiting for it, right? Yeah, it'll never complete. Okay, so let's implement the code. So this is a new stage, right? Oh, I had to actually put Bob and Carol in there. I forgot about that. So that goes in here. Headers, let's add the headers. Add header. What is it? It's like set. I had a way to set multiple values. I guess it's just add header. Oh no, add header. It can add multiples, right? Let me see this. Oh no, it just in places back. Oh no, then you can have multiples. Yeah, so I can add multiple twos. bob@example.com, and Carol. But it should first send to Bob. All right. 5 hours. I wonder if this will be another 6-hour stream. Might be. My plan is always 4 hours, and then I have so much fun doing this that now I'm like getting up to 5-6 hour streams, and I get really hungry and faint because I'm not eating. Okay, that's not true. I just get tired. I'm not standing up, stretching, moving around enough. I could probably take a break at 4 hours and keep going. Anyway, here's where we are. We have to introduce another protocol stage, right? Because we moved to the declaring sender state on that. And that's what we need to handle next. This specifically. In my ugly switch statement, which is up here. It will be ugly. I'll probably need to move this into a table at some point. Okay, it's the same kind of thing, right? It's 250 is allowed. Otherwise, it's a problem. Okay, but it's not the same kind of problem. It's not a permanent failure problem. If it succeeds, then we move on to, it's always going to be the last. So we always move on to declaring recipients. And I'm going to need to, I'll have a helper for this, actually. We'll need to remember which recipient we're on. So let's get an index, shall we? Or maybe what I'll do is I'll have a list and we'll pop things off the list. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Recipients equals... I don't actually store the header anywhere, do I? Actually, I can store it here. So I can pull the recipients out down here. Yeah. In fact, we should probably only send it if it has recipients. I'm going to want to store the headers anyway, but let's store the recipients separately for now. Well, does it matter? I don't think it matters. We'll store the whole damn headers. And then the body while we're at it. And let's just put them in their place, shall we? Let's put them here. You're behind? But yesterday was fun. So, at least for me, I had a whole lot of fun doing the SASL, Simple Authentication and Security Layer, especially the Scram, because that I got to reuse a lot of my own code that used hash functions and HMAX, and that was really fun, even though it took 6 hours to do that. Okay, it's not constant. It's not a reference. This is a copy of the headers for the email currently being sent. And this is very similar. This is a copy of the body of the email currently being sent. Okay, so in declaring sender, if it accepted it, we're going to the declaring recipients, and we're going to pull off the recipients from the headers. Get header multi-value. This is the important one, because there could be multiple values and we want to get a vector out, so it's 2. So recipients I need to store. It's stored here. It's vector of strings, right? And this is going to be a special one that we're going to update every loop. So this holds the email addresses of the recipients of the email currently being sent that have not yet been given to the server. So we will initialize it with all of the 2 headers, and then we'll basically send one at a time. So we'll say send next recipient, or announce next recipient. And if it fails, what do? We have that promise that I stashed, right? Send completed. So we simply do send completed dot set value false, and we're done. Actually, we need to. We get an error. We go back to the ready to send, right? Ready to actually. I have on message ready as well. Maybe on message ready should do the protocol switch too. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. So on message ready should do this so that no matter where I call it from, it'll do it correctly. So switch our protocol stage back to ready to send and set all the promises that people have asked for. Okay, announce next recipient. Great, let's do that. Oh my goodness, Bugfound, you didn't have to do that. That's awesome of you, though. I really appreciate the support. So welcome all people that Bugfound just gifted subs to. Zevrus, Itzhaus, Shikin, the K-Hug, and Don't Follow. You're awesome, Bugfound. You didn't have to do that. Oh, you wanted to see me implement SASL? So I did most of it yesterday, but I haven't integrated it into SMTP yet. And also, I haven't discovered exactly what mechanisms of SASL I need. I just made a guess that plain or login probably will work, and Scram just was fun to do, but I still need to, I'm going to be using AWS SES. I have no idea what authentication schemes they support, and they don't document that, of course. So I'll learn from trial and error. Thanks again, Bugfound. You're awesome. Okay. Where do I put the next message? Or the next, I mean the next stage. I don't need that. I guess I can put it at the bottom. Wait a minute. Connect. Yeah, let's put it below connect. So announce next recipient. So this will be send the next recipient email address to the SMTP server. Have I played Tank 1990? That sounds really familiar. I don't think so, though. Is that an old? That's a really old game. I'm understanding correctly. I hope that it's made in 1990. Let me look. That looks really familiar. Can you guys hear the, I'm skipping through the video. Looks interesting. And the graphic style is sort of like what I'm aiming at for my game. But no, I haven't played that specifically. It looks fun. One thing you know about SASL is that your home mail server is hammered with requests to try it. Yeah. Well, it's authentication. It's simple authentication. So, really, really briefly, I'll just show you what it looks like for like the plain is like the super simple one. So, when you set your password as Hunter2 and you are Bob and you want to use the authorization code Alex, it sends that string. So it's like the name implies, plain is plain. And then login, it's a little bit different. Instead of one line, it's two, and it's challenged by the server. So first, the server asks for the username, and it gets Bob, and then password, it gets the password. That's login. And then the Scram is where it gets really fun. Fun trademark, right? Because there we're computing proofs and codes and stuff. And so there's a nonce, and it gets really crazy. But if you're into hash functions and cryptography, it probably makes some of the stuff will make sense. There are nonce values, there's salt, there's a proof and a signature, and when all is said and done, it succeeds if the proof matches and the signature matches. So yeah, it was fun to do. Okay, announce recipient. So this will be similar to this, right? We're going to form a message and change... Actually, we don't need to change the protocol stage, do we? We're just sending a message based off of the next... It's RCPT2, right? And then it'll be the next recipient. So const standard... Actually, we can do auto. Next recipient. Actually, it's announced next recipient. We should qualify that. It's only if there is another recipient to send it to, right? That it'll always do. Okay. SSL is the layer below SASL. So SSL is secure socket layer or transport layer security. So that you use on top of a TCP to get a secure connection. And then on top of that secure connection, your app level will be something like SMTP. And then off to the side of SMTP is SASL. So SMTP uses SASL through an extension called the SMTP Service Extension for Authentication, which basically adds a command called auth. So you can think of it as off to the side, like while you're doing SMTP, the client can say, oh yeah, I want to use plain, and then the server says, okay, here's your challenge, which is empty for plain, and then the response. And for some weird reason, they do base64 encoding of all the SASL stuff. But if you decode this, this will just be username and password in the plain text. And here's an example using an MD5 hash. And I think for that, the challenge from the server is the salt or something. But anyway, it's a protocol level off to the side of the app level protocol, which could be SMTP or it could be other things. SASL talks about it. It's meant to be reusable. You can either have different kinds of mechanisms for SASL, or you can use it in different protocols. So I would draw it off to the side at the app level. Okay, next recipient is recipient's front. Front. Oh, didn't I want to make this into a list? I think I did. Because it just makes sense, because we're going to pull stuff off the front. Oh, thanks for the follow, Jonta Cone. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'll make it a queue. I'll make it a queue. Queue, and then recipient. It's just I need to be careful when I can't just assign it like that. I have to do assign, or does it have an assign? Okay, yeah, we have to do it in a loop. So do it this way: for const auto recipient in that recipients dot push recipient, and then announce next is just going to pop it off, or just going to say get the front and then recipients pop, and then send it to that next recipient. Yep. And that's all I need to test right now, right? For now, yes. So we're going to try it. Okay, so that the accepted one worked. The rejected one failed. Why? Oh, because oh no, that should have worked. Send completed should have been ready. Let's see what happens there. So breakpoint. The code is 550, so it goes into here. And then that should have gone back ready to send. Yeah, okay. So where's the main thread now? Should be waiting. Yeah. Huh. Okay. It is on that line. The feature was not ready, even though I saw it get sent. Maybe it's I'm setting the wrong promise. So that is setting the wrong promise or returning the wrong future. So let me go through here on this test case. Okay, yeah, so it'll return whatever this returned, and that returns the future of send completed. which we then set the value of, right? Over here? No. Inside of here. A future retrieve true. I don't get it. Why is that failing there? Retrieve false, result false. Why? It should be ready though. Is this not returning the right thing? Let me try again. Yeah, that should work, right? Oh, wait a minute, there's no timeout. Yeah, it's asynchronous, so we do need to have a timeout. Keep forgetting that. So a second will do. This, we're already awaiting that. Technically, we should still have it though, so we should still do that. Yeah, that would make more sense. That's probably what it is. We're not waiting long enough. Yep, that's what it was. It's asynchronous. It doesn't happen instantly. You might have to wait some short period of time, however long. Yeah, 4 milliseconds is how long it actually took. So yeah, not 0. More than 0, but less than 1,000. Okay. So we got past the first recipient. So the next step would be all recipients except would it be after it sends all the recipients, it'll request to send the data, right? So after the last recipient, it should say data. Send mail, all recipients accepted. Okay, so start sending email it sends the first recipient, right? Hold on, no. Right. So after OK, then it's going to send the second, and then we have to do another OK. So after that second OK, it should say data. So this should say data. And then I don't care about the first await messages, so it can just be avoided. There we go. Do you see indent problems after pasting code into VS Code? Sometimes I see it. I know there's a bug in Lua. The Lua plugin for VS Code is buggy, and when you paste, it like gets it completely wrong. In JS, I see it sometimes for JSX. It outdents stuff by 1 level for some reason. So yeah, I see problems from time to time. It doesn't annoy me too much. So this OK is acknowledging the Bob receipt, right? No, this is the OK. I should mark this up. Response to mail from, and then I need to actually have this twice. To receipt to Bob. Let's just flush it completely out, right? So it's mail from Alex at example.com. And then Bob, and then this one is response to Carol, and we should get data for that, right? Oh, before I do this, I should have another test for do we get the second recipient? Second recipient accepted or rejected, right? So that. In response to that, I should see a recipient to Carol at example.com, right? Yeah, and then we'll have one for the failed. Second recipient rejected. What do we do on the recipient rejected? The example talks about that you can continue, but maybe we just want to keep it simple and we'll fail. Okay, so this one is 500. Okay, so this basically in response to this one. Go away, you smell. Actually, let's make it specific. No such user here. So I think I do want it to complete the send, but with a false. Fix it by installing paste and indent extension. I'll put that on my list to consider if it ever annoys me. How about that? Current day is 12th. So thank you, bug found. All right. Then if all of them are accepted, we get data. And I guess I should have the alternate case. All recipients. Actually, no, that's all. There are only 2 recipients. This is first recipient. First recipient accepted, first recipient rejected, all recipients accepted, or let's just say second. I don't know, let's leave it all, and technically that's 2 right now, but we'll have the case for second recipient rejected. So this one will be 550, no such user. That's if Carol is not accepted. Thanks for the follow. It's not RSX. Wait a minute. It's not RSX, and there was someone else. Oh no, it's the same guy. Okay. Or same person. I shouldn't assume gender. Thank you for the follow. All right, so if it's wait a minute. Did I have 2? Did I copy that twice? I did. Okay. Second recipient rejected is okay, yeah, that's the response to that. There we go. So Bob is rejected in that case. In this case, Carol is rejected. And I want it to be just we abort sending if that happens. All right, let's see how many tests I can pass and fail here. Okay, that should not have timed out, so that's a bug somewhere. And first recipient is not accepted. Okay, let me find out what's wrong with that one. The from accepted. Oh, right, that should fail because it's not completed, but I don't need that long timeout for that one. Because it should time out. Yeah, okay. I just don't want it to be wait too long. Okay, so that worked. And this failed because it never was told the second recipient, right? Because I don't have a case for that yet. Okay. So that is in declaring recipients. All right. So if it's a 250, then it's yeah, so it's either 250 or not. So it's 250, then we already have gotten the recipients. So there's 2 possibilities. If recipient's empty, we do one thing, right? Otherwise, we announce the next recipient. And if it's empty, we're going to send data, right? and then move to the next stage of the protocol. So protocol stage is sending data, right? And this is just data, right? I think that's what I need. Cool, although this time took a while to time out, so I might have another one of those too long timeouts. Yeah, so that's too long. That one's okay. That one's also long. There we go. Still going, yeah, I'm having fun. It's going to be another 6-hour stream, I think. But I'm getting through it. So we're now able to get this far. I've done this much of the SMTP client side. So I need to do, that's the last part, and then I'll be done for today. Tomorrow I need to integrate the SASL stuff I did yesterday. So that updates the SMTP a little bit to do stuff like this where that's not the right thing. That's start TLS. Yeah, where is it? Okay, they mix in the start TLS stuff with the with stuff that's from SASL, but basically, it's this auth stuff. Where's a good example of it? Like right here, sending the auth plane and then this challenge response and then authentication successful. So I'll be doing that. This part, actually, I guess yeah, I'll be doing this part tomorrow. And recording that. So the idea of the stuff that I need to do tomorrow is if SMTP tells us a list of tokens for the auth, that's telling us how we can authenticate basically to prove who we are. And if we pick one that we know, so we'll know plain, login, and scram, right? If one of those is found, then we pick it with that. The server will return a challenge. So plain, there is no challenge. And then we basically use SASL to tell us what should we send next, and then base64 encode it, and then wait for the server to be successful or not. And yeah, that is an add-on to the SMTP to do tomorrow. So right now this will work as long as no authentication is required. You got a sub gifted to you from Bug Found, Shequin. So now you can use my little funny wave that looks like me. Or you can also use a variant of the Adam EJ from Adam13531's channel. I have, for now, a placeholder for the second emote as a reversed version of that. Because I like Adam's community, and I thought that'd be a fun placeholder for now. So enjoy. And later, after April, May, when I hopefully have more of my game, if I have my game development going and I have this integrated into the stream, anyone who is following or subbed to the stream will have perks in the game. So you can look forward to that, I hope. All right, so the next step here was to handle the sending of the data, right? So it's going to be I think it's headers first, and then a blank space, and then the data, and then a single dot. But I need to verify that. So let's see if they have any example data. Where do they send it? 2 parts, the header section and the body. It conforms to other standards. The body is structured as a MIME. The content is textual nature. Okay, they should have said somewhere that there's like a blank, there should be a blank line surrounding it. Maybe it's specified in this RFC. I want to see if they say blank line. Oh, here we go. Then a data command follows. I'm looking for where they say how the data is structured. Okay, when that format is used, header, they're avoiding saying it. I think they want me to follow this link. But I believe this is what I did like months and months ago. This is a really, really old standard, by the way, 1982. That's how old the internet is. When they say it's the 30th anniversary of the internet, they lie. It's really at least as old as, what is 1982 today? That's 37 years old? Well, okay. This says internet, but maybe it's okay to say it's the 30th anniversary of the internet if by internet you mean a little bit more than what they called the internet back in 1982. Back then, I think internet was considered the network between university centers, and so it wasn't really open to non-university people. Or maybe it was military stuff, I don't remember. Anyway, this probably talks about headers section. Here we go. Null line, a line with nothing preceding the CRLF. Okay, so some of these old standards are really fun to read because they're written a lot differently. People wrote documents differently in the 1980s than they did today. For example, it was really important to list your physical location back then. Like people didn't have email yet. They're still defining email. So when it looks like author addresses, what section is that usually in? Bibliography. Yeah, the fact that they have a bibliography. Check this out. You would actually have to find these books in a library. Isn't that crazy? These aren't. There are no links. There were no links back in 1982. There were libraries. I'm actually surprised the author of the document isn't listed here. I'm going off on a tangent, aren't I? Yeah, it's not in here. Anyway, that was a little tangent just to see that, yeah, it's implying this format, so it's going to be the same kind of deal that I'm used to. It's headers, blank line, data, and then this standard talks about there being a dot terminator, I think they call it. Here it is. Terminating CRLF dot. In with CRLF dot CRLF. There we go. What is a library? Exactly. Okay, so I guess we're doing accept or reject of the body at this point, right? Send mail. Actually, this is the end of the protocol, right? So if it succeeds, we actually set that promise finally. Yeah. Okay. So this is different. Send mail, everything accepted. Or data accepted, and then data rejected. So one more message, right? Response to data would be 234 start mail input. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna say exactly that, and then await a message. It should be the actual email. So it'll be from Alex at example.com. I'm probably going to get this wrong. I'll fix it later. Comma at the very end is how we do it, right? It'd be nicer to do it this way and put a comma at the end there. There we go. To Bob and Carol. Subject food.exe. And a blank line. And then, have you heard of food.exe? Adam E.J. That's a inside joke reference to a viewer of Adam's channel. I'll just put that in there as an homage. So that's what we expect to get, and then here it's different. We actually expect it to be sent. So we'll put a longer timeout, and then we will expect true for send was completed. Was completed dot get. No failure, right? And then that's true, not tour. And then I have to have the same kind of setup here. And then how do we reject in mail? Good question. I'm glad you asked. Let's see. What are the allowed answers to the data? It's in here somewheres. I wish I was better at organizing. Oh, here we go. Data. What does this mean? I? What's I? Intermediate. Oh, it's saying go ahead, and then you send the data, and then it says either okay or it rejected it. So what's a typical rejection look like? For policy reasons? Oh, yeah, I like the policy reason. 550, you smell. Go away, you smell. Just because I can. All right, let's try this out. That is gonna fail. It's never gonna actually come back from the promise. Actually, it should have. Oh, right. If I make that an assert, it'll stop. Because if it's not ready, then calling get is gonna wait infinitely. So it should only go a second, and then yeah, say it was not ready, and it didn't send the message. Okay. Oh, by the way, it reminds me, I need to actually construct this message, the subject and the body. So let me do that. That is in start sending email right here. So we have a subject header, food.exe. And then body, hold on, how do we do this again? Or there was a body down there. Have you heard of food.exe? And then, oh, it wasn't completely it, right? There had to be a dot. Correct. Oh, that's a reference to everyone. I don't think he's in the channel right now, but food.exe reference to everyone from Adam13531's channel. It's sort of an inside joke. That's a program that he wrote that people like to joke around about now. Okay. All right, let's make it pass the test. It was the worst game ever. I thought it looked cool. He resurrected it not long ago. He found a version that was still running, and he was actually playing it against the AI. It didn't look too bad. Come on, N. Perry. Okay. We're adding another protocol step, right? So that's here. Sending data. And if we're told to go ahead, this is where it deviates a little bit. It's 3:54. Then we're just going to keep it simple. It's going to be sent in one shot. So it will be protocol stage ready to send again when we're done. No. I think I need to wait for the response, right? So yeah, I need another step. In this stage, the client is waiting for the server to give the final response about sending the email. So, awaiting send response. Sounds good to me. And that's the state we go to. Oh, I should have another test, shouldn't I? No, that's just data accepted, right? It's not the data accepted. Let's say it's data go ahead. Send email data go ahead. Data, not that the data is rejected, but send mail data not allowed or rejected. Data not data. I struggle with words here. This is the case where we're told to go ahead. This is the case where we're okay. How about we say no go ahead. Data no go ahead. All right. So this isn't the last stage. There's going to be one more stage. It's going to be awaiting send response. And what we send is the raw data, right? So let's do this in 3 steps, right? First, send the message headers dot. It's like how to do it to encode or something. It's one of these methods. Generate raw headers, I think it is. Thanks for the follow, Easy Beer. Progress rejected. But the progress is sort of generic. This is specifically, we expect a go-ahead or not for the data command. Okay, so that's a function. That returns a string, right? Okay, so then we send an empty line. And then we send the body. There's a corner case here, by the way. We can't have a line that just has a dot in it, so I should make a placeholder. I'll do this later. I don't feel like doing it now. But there should be a case for escape line in body consisting of only a full stop. I'll do that later. But you can see the problem, right? If we if I had 2 lines here, like that was a great game, and then I did that. If we sent that on the wire, the SMTP word server, when it saw that, would say, okay, you're done, and then this would be interpreted as the next command. So this would be bad if it sort of would allow the user of the SMTP client to put whatever they wanted and talk directly to the server without going through the protocol handler. I mean, the worst that could happen is they kind of do the work of the SMTP client for it. It's the agent of the user anyway. So it's not like it's a security problem, but it would be silly. So I think what you're supposed to do is put a space or something in front. I don't know what, actually I need to test and see what happens if you try to send a line which is just a full stop in it. Sometimes what I've seen is it'll do that. Sometimes it could be a space. Anything to make it not match that is what we expect. Should I have multiple lines here? Let's do that just for testing. I just need to make a copy of that here. All right. I also need to have a check that the last line is terminated or not. Let me make a special test for that. So body not explicitly ending in a new line. Okay, we'll do that later. Sending data. Send the raw header, send a blank line. send the body, then send a dot end of line. That's what we expect, and then we're awaiting a send response. Oh, thanks for the follow. Chubbs23. If we don't give the go ahead, it is complete the message badly. Let's try it out. Okay, almost. What happened here? Oh, I didn't get the format correct. Oh, did it remove the from line? No, the from line is in there. What happened here? Oh, it put a comma. Why did it do that? Wait a second. Oh, I didn't format the expectation correctly. They do come as separate lines, don't they? Or do they? Let me think about this. What does the test expect? One line? Oh, yeah. I messed this up. These are all different lines. So let's search and replace here. In selection, and we'll say end of line is replaced by a comma. There we go. That's better. Okay. So what's different here? How did it get screwed up? There's an empty line. Oh, the message headers probably does the line for us. So that means that this does not have to do the blank line there. Let's try it now. Incrementally. I know there was something else wrong. Let's run that again. Okay, it got further. Oh, did I mess that up on line 692? Oh, it wasn't ready. Send completed wasn't ready. Oh, right, because it hasn't gotten the go-ahead yet. Yeah, that will want, because that's what I'll need in a minute. So let me just put that off to the side. Yeah, it's not done until the server says we're done. So for now, we just get that. Or there. Yep, that's what we get for now. There's one final step. The server can, after we're done sending, can either reject it or accept it. Almost there, people. All right. One final step is... Let's just copy both of these. So send mail data accepted or rejected. Okay, so await the message. And then send. For when it's accepted, it is what? 250. Oh, wait a minute, no. Hold on. Maybe I'm just confused. What was the example? Oh, right. We either say okay. So it's either we say okay or we don't say okay. So it's 250 okay. And then we don't await a message. It's just that it is accepted. So these lines go here. Don't comment them out. And then rejected, it's this additional line is the response to the data, and then this is response to, what is it called? The blah, blah, blah? Response to header's body. Oh, look, I'm getting a little pixie dust up here. That's my camera filter, because it's, I guess getting darker today? I'll tune the chroma key a little bit up, or get rid of the pixie dust. Okay. All right, this will be the last step. So these tests are new. Run them. They'll fail. And let's see if they failed the right way, actually. Yeah. So it's just not handling it. Handle it. So that's one final protocol stage. And that is awaiting response. If we get a 250, we go back to ready to send. And we don't send anything. And this completes with a true. Actually, both cases it's on message ready, right? Yes. So in either case, we do that. And we don't need to return early because we wanted to send that and then we're done. Okay, so this is the conclusion of the sending. It either succeeded or it failed. Either way, we're ready for the next message, so I don't need to do that. Actually, I can just fold this together. Does that look odd to anybody? Or does that make sense? Set the value to be if the code was 250 or not. I think it looks okay to me, but it might look weird. All right, let's try it. Yay, green lights across the board. We can send email. If we don't need to authenticate. And I need to check all the stuff in. Let's check it all in. Okay. Oh, you know what? I never made a Git repository for this, did I? Git init, git add everything, git commit initial revision, and then git remote add origin, git at github.com, my name, smtp.git, and hold on, I'm gonna go, I still do this off screen. I don't know if I really need to do this, but I'm just worried about it leaking personal info. I'm just creating a new repository called SMTP. Okay, created. So then I can do git push u origin master, and now you guys have a copy if you want. Then for my main project, I do mugget add SMTP, and then I review these changes. So we added SMTP to the top level ignore, to the manifest, and to the build sys. Okay, this is a different, I'll stage that one differently. That was a mistake I fixed. So this is add SMTP library. And this one was to fix when Iron Glove backend is added. See make lists. Don't know if you remember, you're having a discussion about source code. Oh, right. All the guys agreed to ask for money on the source, but based on the contract on the freelance website, it seems that they own everything after the project. So they own the source code. Well, yeah, if the contract says so, then unfortunately they own it, right? Well, handing out the source code for whatever he was paid to write it, whatever you were paid to write it, right? You just didn't know that you were giving them the source code as part of the contract. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. So next time you negotiate a contract, make sure that if they want the source, ask for more, right? Thanks for the follow, Absolute Counter. I'm sorry to hear that, Lower Rago. But don't consider it that you handed it out for free. It was part of the contract, so maybe you got lowballed. And that happens to everybody. Everyone gets lowballed once in a while. Just next time ask for more, or make sure the contract is explicit and it says that you are not giving them the source code, right? Okay. Wow, I just passed the 6-hour mark. I'm tired. I have a minimally complete SMTP library now. I still need to refactor it. I need to integrate in the authentication. So one refactoring step would be to break the cases of this switch up into different functions and put them into a nice table that we would index by the protocol stage, right? That would be nice. And let's see what else I might want to refactor. Those are all okay. How about down here? Okay, this one I'm probably refactor. I need to break this up into steps. Probably this TLS will be its own function. So I need to do some refactoring. I need to integrate the authentication in and then make a main program. So I'll be doing that tomorrow. Yeah, so I'm going to wrap it up for today. I didn't get everything done, just like yesterday. I thought I'd get everything done, and I only got the authentication. And I thought, oh, I can do that in a day. And it turned out I could do that, but then to integrate it into a test app, I'll need another day for that. So that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. And in case you're just wondering and you're like, what the hell is he doing? This is, we'll check it out before we go. This is what I'm doing this all for. So I like to make stuff from scratch. And so I started making web stuff and hash functions and other things. And then I thought, wouldn't it be cool to make a game out of that? So I decided I'd try to make a multiplayer RPG out of it. And part of that multiplayer RPG is when you register an account and you forget your password, you might want the game to send you an email with a password reset token. So I need some way of sending email to you as a player when you ask for it, for resetting your password. So that's what I've been implementing. But the kind of cool side effect is now the reusable components like the SMTP, the SASL, they're up on my GitHub and they're all open source. So you guys are welcome to look at the code, critique it, etc. So we're going to look at a shader toy thing that said who linked before we go, so we can marvel at it. Oh, is it another fractal? And then is it interactive? You can move the mouse while clicking horizontally. Oh, to change the depth, I see. Vertical to change the alpha. That's pretty sweet. So this is an example of what Said Who does. I should give a shout out to him. He streams on Twitch working on these shader toys, which are, I think, are cool when you want to see how complex math can be used to render visually cool things. And also, this is demonstrating how you can write programs for the GPU, so graphics processor, right? Shaders are programs for graphics, specifically run on the GPU instead of the CPU. So this program here is run for every single pixel in this canvas. So depending on the position of the pixel, the X and the Y, it draws a different color based on math. It's very impressive. That's cool. Thank you for sharing that. So I'm going to wrap things up. We'll do this tomorrow. If this isn't interesting, I'll be doing game dev probably in April. So for the next couple of weeks, I'm still filling in the missing pieces on the server side to actually have a platform on which to build a game. So game dev in April. Right now, we're still working on the bits and nuts and bolts of it. So in the meanwhile, what should I show as a final screen? Everything passing? Everything passing? I'll show that while I search for people to host. Hey, Mr. Muffles, are you ready to stream? Thanks for the follow, MP Sony. Hey there, Kenkamatics. Yeah, you're coming in right as I'm leaving, but hello. Or maybe you were here and just lurking. Well, unfortunately, Mr. Muffles is not streaming. Otherwise, I would raid him. Yeah, you need to stream, dude. But whenever you're ready. No pressure. Okay. Maybe Dragon Slumber? I'm not sure. I'd rated Jitspo yesterday. Oh, how about Zorkenheimer? He's fun. So I'm going to look and make sure he's still going, and I'll put the link in chat. And yeah, he is fun to watch. He's working on 8-bit old school Nintendo Entertainment System, NES, assembly language. So he's writing games and bits of games in assembly language for the Nintendo, the original Nintendo, and I think he does it on an emulator. I'm not sure. He either has an emulator or he has a real Nintendo system hooked up to the debugger, or he has both. Probably has both. That's what I would do. We're going to rate him. Guys, I hope you enjoyed watching. I'm going to set up the raid here and say goodbye until tomorrow. We'll go rate him. So, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, so that's UTC -7. So I'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, have a good day. Bye. Thanks for joining. Bye.